tell me when.
Yeah, you can now already show the machine and stuff.
Okay. Good morning, everybody. We are at the Erlbacher Crankin this morning, and today's topic is going to be unknitting and Kitchenering. Everybody's worst favorite project is Kitchenering their toes. Hopefully this will make it easier for you. But the first thing I wanted to go through is unknitting, because invariably what happens to me when I'm doing my heels is I get to the end and I forget that I have to stop in the middle to put the rest of the needles down. And then I've already finished the row, and now what do I do? So I have a pseudo heel on here that didn't work out so well. But anyway, I'm pretending like I am finishing the last of my heel. So I'm pushing down and knitting back. Okay, and then I'm pushed down and I knit back, push down, coming back. And here's where I should stop in the middle. Darn. I went too far. What do I do now? Okay, so now we're going to unknit. I don't know if any of you are flatbed knitters or not, but we do this all the time on the flatbeds. We just go, and it comes right off. It's a little dicier on a sock machine because you don't have the same downward tension on your things. I'm going to take my weights off so that I don't make anything run if I make a mistake. But to unknit, all you have to do is take that yarn, kind of give a little downward tug on your fabric right here, and pull up and pop that stitch off. Next stitch over, I pull my yarn in here, I pull up.
She'll get this right where she.
Okay, my hands are in the way.
No,
Oh, okay.
Oh, sorry, I'll remove that.
But that works. That works.
Okay, so I'm pulling a little pressure on the fabric right here. I'm bringing the yarn around to the center front of the needle and pulling that thread and popping the stitch back onto the needle. I come back, pull it back around like this and pull up on the yarn. See how that stitch is balanced on top of the needle? Can you see that? Okay, so now, that one went too quick. So I'm pulling up. You see how the stitch is balanced on top, and when I just pull a little bit, it drops right back down on the needle.
I think I need to go lower down.
Okay.
Because they want to see the other side.
Try again. Okay, so I pull up and just pull that. What all you're doing is you're reseating that stitch back on the needle using the yarn that's in the current stitch. So you just pop them up and off. So, and if you're nervous about doing that, you can do it with your red tool too. You can take your red tool, lift that purl bump off the back and onto the needle, and then move your thread around. Lift the purl bump up and over and move your thread back around. If you have something that's tight, or if you're ripping in your heel, a lot of times I will do it this way. See, I almost made a mistake here. I'll do it with my red tool because I have a little more control over it. I can nothing's happening that I don't make happen. So it's a little slower, but it's a safer way to rip. Okay, but in the interest of time, you see, you don't have to go really slow. It just comes up and off. Okay, so, and I don't, for this case, for the case where I really wanted to stop here, I really only needed to rip about back to here, but I got carried away showing you what to do. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to show you how to get your knitting restarted, because if you just try to start it here, you're going to make a mess. Trust me. Ask me how I know. Okay, so after you're done ripping, and a lot of times while I'm ripping, again, if it's something fancy like lace or the middle of a heel or something, as I rip, I'll pull the needles back up out of work. But before you start doing anything after you've ripped, Every needle in your cylinder is going to be out of work. Every stinking single one of them. Because now I can move my yarn carrier anywhere I have to be and nothing happens. Okay? Okay? Nothing's going to fall off. Aha, the aha moment. So now my thread's coming out way over here, right? So the very first stitch that I want to knit is this one. So I only put that needle down. And I move my yarn carrier around to where that stitch is. So you see it's going to get ready to knit right there. So before I go any further, I have to get the rest of my needles down that I want to knit. So I just start putting them down. And remember, this was the case where, oh, dang, I forgot to stop in the right place. And I really wanted to put all of my needles down to continue on my foot. So I'm putting all my needles down, checking all my latches. A closed latch is a drop stitch 100% of the time. And I put my needles down and I check for latches visually and tactily. I feel for that hook under here. And even then I sometimes miss them. So I'm going to put down needles all the way around until I can't anymore because my cam is in the way. Straighten out my yarn. And somebody taught me once, said when you've been messing with your machine, it's a good idea to just give your machine 100% check from the yarn through the mast. Is everything threaded correctly? Is it in my yarn guide correctly? Is it coming out in the right spot here before you touch the crank? Okay, so now I'm ready to start knitting. I haven't checked everything. My weights are not on. Okay, my weights are back on. So now I can start cranking. And when after I've messed with the machine, the first row I crank, I watch every latch close, every stinking latch. I don't go fast. I don't just go roof. Okay, so I'm watching, and the place I'm watching is back here. This is where the magic happens, not up here. Everybody wants to watch in front of where the carriage is going. Watch back here where your needles are closing. And I can see every latch close with yarn in the hook. And I can watch that stitch form and knit off there. Okay, we're doing good. Haven't dropped anything. Now I can finish dropping the rest of my needles. Okay, I've completed that first round and now I'm good to just go. Now I've knit my foot rows, do my toe. Everything's cool. No harm, no foul, no drop stitches, no tears. It's wonderful. Questions?
So that was after you had finished the heel.
Yeah, so typically I get going back. Oh, that was the last one. Now I can't put my needles down because my cams are in the way. So that's the most typical place where I have to rip. I will say that if I am ripping stitches, I won't rip more than 2 rounds. If it takes more than 2 rounds, I'm just going to take it off and start over. Because it is time consuming. You can drop stitches and make the mess worse. So like my rule of thumb is if I got to unknit more than 2 rounds, forget it. I'll just start over. So we'll pretend like that's all done. And we're going to start with our Kitchener now. Let's see, what else do we have to show here?
I'm going to show that, right?
Okay, yeah.
So you're saying even if you've done the cuff and the ankle and the heel and you have to go back with the tree, you start the whole process over again?
I would.
Wow.
Well, once you get to, when you get to the point where you did a million socks, starting to sock over is just not that big a deal. And sometimes it's the easier thing to do, So I do a lot of lace socks. So unknitting on lace is really tough because you have to get the stitches off and then you have to unhook them from the needle if they got moved to and move them over and get, so it's like, well, maybe it's just easier to start over. So let's see. Oh, good. She's got the Kitchener cheat sheet over there. All right. So for Kitchenering, the trick is no. Okay, let me say this about Kitchenering. There are two ways, of course, to Kitchener. There's Kitchener from the right side, and there's Kitchener from the wrong side. I never bothered to learn Kitchener from the wrong side because it only works most of the time. Kitchener from the right side works 100% of the time. And the reason I say that is, so if you're doing like a circular scarf where you have to Kitchener the ends together, you can't Kitchener from the wrong side because you can't get to it, right? So, and wrong side is a little easier maybe to see if you're beginning at it, but I don't find Kitchening from the right side difficult, and you only have to learn one thing. So that's what I teach, Kitchener from the right side. So what that means is that when you have your toe, you're going to have your waist yarn comes off like this, okay, and you're going to be Kitchenering with the knit side, the knit side out, okay, which means we're going to create monkey lips. And the thing I want you to look at is you have a tail on your sample toe there that's coming out of the end of the sock at the corner. Oh, there was one other thing I was going to explain to you, and I had actually tried to. I kind of wanted to have a toe ready to finish for you, but I didn't have my own machine up here and it was not cooperating. But you know, everybody tells you when you're doing the toe, the difference between doing a toe and doing a heel is that you put both needles down. The last needle that is in the toe, both sides go down at the same time. What that does is that eliminates one row from your toe. So you will finish with your yarn carriage on the left side of the machine with the handle cranked back. And then you cut your yarn, put your waist yarn on, stop halfway, and then continue on around. The reason for that is what you're doing when you're Kitchenering is you are adding a row of knitting to your sock. You are duplicate stitching the last row into the sock. So that's why they want you to leave out the last row on the sock machines, because if you add one extra row, yeah, it'll come out okay, but you get these little dog ears at the end because there's too many rows for the Kitchener to actually match up. So that's why you finish your toe with both last stitches down at the same time. So then when you start your Kitchenering, you're going to look on the inside of your sock, and it's always obvious because you have this big long tail where to start. So you go to where the big long tail is, and you're going to see all this mess in here. So we know we have that right side. So I kind of give a tug on my waist yarn to pull that up. And again, you see how important it is to have contrasting yarn, because you have to be able to see all those little pearl bumps, or life's a nightmare. The other thing then I want you to do, and I need to grab a couple of stitch markers from the table over there. Can somebody hand me two? Thank you. Appreciate it. So the other thing that I like to do on mine, because when you get to the end of the Kitchener, I'm making it really hard for her to do this. Sorry.
It's better here, but.
Okay.
Is there any way, I'm sorry, could you make the screen like the full until we get to the actual
Remove the pattern?
Yes, take it bigger.
Sure.
Sorry.
Yeah, no, when I, yeah, we'll put the,
Thank you. Yes, thank you.
if I'd been thinking, you can look at my shirt if you want to see the pattern, the diagram. If I'd have been thinking, I'd have put a poster up for the pattern, but I forgot. So what I'm looking at here, okay, so my tail is over here on this end, and I'm looking at the opposite side of the sock, where the two sides come together right here. Do you see this? See this little hole right here? So this stitch is on the front half, and this stitch is on the back half. And I take those two stitches and I capture them with a stitch marker. And the reason is, by the time you get to the end of the Kitchener, it's really hard because those stitches want to dive and bury into your fabric, and then you got trouble. You can't find them, you lose them, and you end up having to weave them back in after the fact. It's not perfect.
So you're wearing one yellow and one white?
No, 2 yellows,
Yeah.
One on each side of the hole.
one on each side of the hole.
Oh.
Do you see in the video there, here's the hole that separates the two halves of your sock. And then this is the stitch to the left of the hole, and this is the stitch to the right of the hole. Everybody good with that?
Yeah.
Okay, now I'm just gonna turn around to the other end of the sock, and I'm gonna get my tail out. I've already threaded my needle, so you didn't have to watch me fumble. Make sure you don't have your yarn isn't too doubled over, because if you get too close in here, then you end up pulling 2 threads through your stitches, and that's a no-no. So I've just tugged again on my little tail here, and I'm going to hold it to keep it out of the way. But what I want you to see is you have stitches over here, lower, and you have stitches up here that are higher, and your tail is coming out right here. So the way you start the Kitchener is you take your needle and you go up in the first stitch to the right of your tail, pull it through. Oh no, there's a knot in my yarn. Believe it or not.
Do you have any more toes?
I do. Okay. I'm not gonna have enough yarn, but I'm gonna mess with it now. Here. Rather than fight with my knot, I just cut it off. So which means I probably won't have enough to do the whole sock. But since I did that, I guess I can go ahead and show you how to use the needle threader that's in the little kits. You put the needle threader through the eye, you lay your yarn into the hook and pull it through. No fuss, no muss, easy to do, even with fuzzy, bulky yarn. Okay, so we're back to the beginning here. I'm finding where my tail is. I'm gonna just, they don't need to see this, I'm gonna undo this. All right, I'm gonna redo that very first step for you. So I have stitches, whoa, whoops. All right, I have stitches on this side. There's like one, 2, 3 stitches there. And then I have stitches up higher to the right. 1, 2, 3 stitches to the right. Is everybody following along with that? Do you see that on your sock?
Yeah.
Okay, so now I'm going to go up. My needle goes up in the first stitch to the right of the tail. Here's my tail. And I'm going to pull through. But I'm not going to pull it real tight. This first part I keep pretty loose so I can see where I'm at. The second thing you're going to do is you're going to go up in the stitch that your tail was coming out of. Okay? So the trick to this, to remembering how to start your Kitchener, is up, up. Okay, so now I have yarn coming out of the top, and the yarn is coming out of the left side of the toe. The next step is to come across and go down into the stitch that I have yarn coming out of. So my yarn is going in a path like this and up like this, and I'm going to go down into the stitch that already has yarn in it. Got that? Okay. And then I'm going to go up in the stitch up next to it. You with me? Is anybody lost?
I'm lost.
Yeah, we're lost.
Okay, let me undo and show you again. Okay, was everybody good with the up, up part?
No.
Okay. One more time. I'm undoing, so yeah, don't worry about getting that out. Okay. I'll start at the very beginning again here. So here are my 3 lower stitches on the left, the hole that separates the left from the right, and 3 stitches that are kind of up and to the right.
Okay, I'm looking at mine and my white, the waist yarn and then my yellow is on the top part of the toe, on the left side.
Get another toe. Try another toe. Maybe that one got finished wrong.
Well, his is on the left too. So is that where it's supposed to be?
So you're,
Are we looking at, well, this is kind of silly, but when we're looking at the screen, it's the opposite?
You go towards the wall. That way. I turned it inside out, so the stitches are on the right.
oh, do not turn your sock inside out. You want your knit side out. Okay, your purl sides are together.
Yeah, that's what it is.
Okay, and then I'm just kind of opening it up to the. Oh, sorry, they can't. I forgot the camera's got to see this. I'm just opening it up to the away from me. Well, I can't tell you if that is. Yeah, come on over and see. Come on over and see it in person. Maybe the camera's making it backwards. Okay, so I'm trying to turn it around for you. So my tail's
Oh, yeah,
coming.
so it's coming, see, to me, that's coming up the left side, which is
Okay,
correct.
okay, yeah, that's right. Okay, so you have 3 stitches. So you have 3 stitches here. Okay, and you have these 3 stitches up here to the right. So if you look in this diagram, these are the bottom stitches on the left. These are the top stitches on the right over here.
Okay,
You're gonna go up in this one
okay,
and up in this one.
okay.
Okay? Sure, no problem. Okay, so here's the deal. My tail's coming out of here, and if you're looking at this diagram here, I have 3 little stitches here, and I have 3 stitches up here, and this is going up in this one.
So really, you just want to go to the stitch next to the down in the old,
That's right.
the
Mhm.
working yarn
Right.
next to the hole on each side.
Right. So up there. Just
Got it.
my needle again.
And then the only other thing is I can't find mine on the side, so I'll wait till you finish up. I think it's the way I wrap it.
Okay.
Cool, that helps.
Okay. And then the next one is up in the one that you have your yarn coming out of.
So it is back to the other.
Back to the other side, yes. So up to the right and then up to the left. Okay, sure, no problem, whatever. Okay. Okay, so are we good with the up? Okay. So now, the next thing I'm going to do is I'm going to go down into this stitch right here has yarn already in it, right? It's going up through here, and then it goes up through here. Is everybody with me? Are we ready for the next stitch down?
Yes.
Okay, so I go down in the stitch that has yarn in it. And again, I'm kind of keeping things loose so I can kind of see where things are for the moment.
So just to clarify, when you say you're going down to the yarn, one that has yarn in it, is that the first one that we went
That's
up
the
in?
first one that you went up in, yep. Okay. Then I'm gonna move over to a new stitch and take the needle out move up in there. Okay, so now but I'm still on the right-hand side, so everything's happened on the right in the last 2 stitches. Now I have to cross over and go down in the stitch, the first stitch that I had yarn in on the other side. So that's this one right here.
Okay, so can you go, I'm sorry, just really slow. So you're going down into the one that we had in yarn in, the very first stitch that we went up into. And then what did we do? Then
Okay, then we went up in the stitch, the new stitch next to it.
to the
So
right?
that's right here to the right, yep. And then I'm gonna cross over and go down into the second stitch that I went up in.
Okay. That was like the one that the original yarn was getting out of.
Yes, right. Okay, and what you're doing here is you're connecting your knitting. You have to always attach to a stitch that has yarn in it in order for it to be closed. Okay, so I go down in the one that has the stitch in it, the thread in it, and up in the one next to it. Okay, so now I have this kind of rat's nesty thing here that isn't going to look very pretty if I'm done when I'm done. So what I'm going to do next is I'm going to take and I'm going to fold my sock like I want it to be when I'm done. Okay, and I'm just going to take my yarn and I'm going to adjust these stitches to pull them up tight. So those are finished now. These, I made my waist yarn on these a little long so that they wouldn't come unraveled when I was carrying them around. So they're a little longer than you want. But. So then I'm making monkey lips here. I'm just kind of folding my waist yarn back so that I can see the pearl bumps. Okay. So I'm on the far side of my knitting. And now I have to come across and go down in the one that has a stitch in it already. So that's this one right here. So you always go down into the one that has stitching in it and up or out in the one next to it.
You're on the left side or the right?
Yes, I'm on the right hand side, but I have switched it now so that it's toward me and away from me, so that you see how I've reoriented my sock. We were working on it this way to start it, and then I pull it tight and I switch it so that it's horizontal. So now I've come out of the stitch that is closest to me, and it's a new stitch. Okay. Now I'm going to go down into the stitch that has yarn in it, which is this one right here. See, there's the yarn that's coming across right there. This is the stitch that has yarn in it. So I go down into the knitting and out the new stitch. Then I go down into the knitting, the one that has the stitch, has the yarn in it, and out into the new stitch. Okay, down into the stitch that has yarn in it. Try not to split your waist yarn because then you end up having to cut it out. And then up into the next. Down into the one that has a stitch and out in the next one.
I've got a stupid question.
Okay?
You said you're working it from the right side, but you're actually working it on the inside.
Well, what we mean by right side and wrong side is if you look at my toe, I have not turned it inside out. Okay? My sock is not inside out. It is right side out. Okay? And I'm just working on the edges of it. Okay? On the inside. Okay, so I'm going down into the one that has a stitch in it and out in the one next to it. Come across and down into the thing, into the knitting, and out the one next to it. And I'm not going to have enough yarn to get all the way across this one. So down and out the next one. Okay. So does anybody need me to come to your elbow and or bring it up here and get some help? Everybody's good? So I guess I'll go ahead and down. This is kind of boring just watching me do this across, but I'll try to. I don't know. Like I said, I can cut my yarn, so I don't have enough to get all the way across. Oh. So the other thing I like to do after I get a little ways is I will take my sock and turn it sideways, and then I kind of pull it apart like this. And what I'm looking for is nice, even stitching. If I see something that's a little off, that tells me I missed one. So I want to see a nice, perfect pattern that marches right along this. I don't know if I can get, hold it with one hand and point with the other. So I'm looking at this spacing. So this should be perfectly spaced right along here on both sides of the sock. And if it's not, then I need to pull it out and go back because I missed a stitch. And if you go and do that every little bit, as you go along, you're not going to get to the end and go, oh. Yeah. Okay, so we just go down into the one. Oh, I can't keep my yarn threaded because I made it too short because of the knot, darn it. Get my tail out of the way. Down in, out, down in, out. The other thing, if you're not sure if you've got the right stitch that you're going down in, again, you can kind of pull it apart a little bit, and you'll see where the yarn is coming out. You want to go in there, and then back out. Down in. Now, and the goal is for you to match the gauge of your knitting. So you want to just kind of look at your stitches and say, okay, is that about like what I have on the rest of my sock? If it's not, you might want to pull it up or loosen a little bit, but you want to try to match the gauge of your knitting. I am just out of yarn here. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to cheat. So here's another little helpful hint. My yarn is too short because I cut it. I had a knot in it, and I didn't want to waste time pulling the knot out. So it's too short to get all the way across. So I'm going to leave a tail on it and just stuff it down in there. And I'm going to pretend like I have just come down into this stitch like I would normally have, okay? I'm going to leave a tail, and I'm going to come out in the next one. I'm going to move across and go down, leaving my tail out. Okay, and I'm going to hold on to that tail and snug that stitch up the way it needs to be, and I'm just going to leave that tail. Okay, so I went down in, and now I'm going to come out. So if you do, sometimes I screw up and I don't leave a long enough tail to do my Kitchener. So you don't have to give up. You can go ahead and start it and add another yarn. Just means that when you get done, you'll have to weave that tail in. Out, come across and go down. Out. Now you know why I used the 54 cylinder. If I'd have had a 48, I would have. Out. And out. So does anybody need one-on-one here that need me to come around and see what you're doing, shout. So we're gonna have a whole room of perfect Kitcheners after this.
I think. I don't know if my start is correct, but. Oops.
I need to get to the end so I can show you what to do with those stitch markers. This is not very interesting talking wise, but for the guys that are on video, sorry about that. Down in toward the knitting and out the new stitch. Down in toward the knitting and out the new stitch. And then I'm going to check and see how my stitches look. I haven't missed any. That looks pretty good. Okay, I'm getting toward the end here. So I'm going to pull my stitch markers out toward the outside. Guys, woohoo! So I'm getting down toward the end here, and I'm going to pull my stitch markers out to the side here. And the purpose of those stitch markers is to keep those stitches from getting buried when I get to the end. And as I get to the end, I tend to loosen up a little bit on my stitch, just to keep that stuff from burying. And so I'm going down and out and down and out. And as I get to the end, I'm looking at these stitches and keeping note of what's where so that I don't get lost. Down and out. Down and out. Okay, so those are a little looser than I like them, so I'm going to kind of snug them up with my needle.
So it's the beginning.
Down. Oops. Down. Out. Okay. Down. And out. So now I'm getting up to these very last couple of stitches again. All right. Down, and I'm a little loose here. We'll go and fix that in a minute after we haven't missed anything. I'm going down, and I'm going out into the one with the stitch marker in it. Out. And then I'm going to take the stitch marker off because I can't. It's not going to get buried now. I have it captured. Okay. So now I'm coming across into the stitch that has a stitch and out into my one with the stitch marker. Look at that. I didn't drop the last two stitches of my Kitchener. Okay, yeah, and I'm going to take the stitch marker off now. I don't need it anymore. Before I say I'm done, I do this. I take and I stretch it apart like this. And I just make sure that I don't have any dropped or missed stitches all the way through. Okay. And then to get my waste yarn off, I take my needle and I take it back into that last stitch that I have a stitch coming out of right here. And then I push it down into the sock. Down into the sock. Now my needle's out of the way, and I can take my waste yarn off. Whoa. So waste yarn, I just pull it, ravel it. And invariably I catch, I don't do it real clean and I end up, oh, this was actually pretty good. I usually have some little fibers of my waste yarn that are caught in the stitches that I put in. I snip them with my scissors. Snip the waste yarn with your scissors. Very carefully, you don't want to snip your stitches at that point. Because that would be really bad, the very last thing on your sock and you wreck it.
Now, how many rows did you start with on your waist yarn? It doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter. I usually do about 10 rows, just enough that that it will stay in place. It won't unravel while I'm carrying my socks around. The other thing you can do with your waste yarn, if you want, to make it not come undone, is steam them. I steamed all these so that the stitches would set and they tend to not unravel as easily. Then the last thing I do before I declare it done is I turn the sock around and then I poke my finger into the corners and see if there are any stitches popping up. No matter how careful I am, sometimes I miss one. Okay, and then I'm just going to pull this across, across here, and I'm going to poke my finger into that corner too. I have no missed stitches. Now those are a little loose because I ended up making it loose so you could see where my stitching was. I would tighten those up a little bit in real life, but just so you can see what I was doing. Now you see I have this tail here. I have to weave this one in because I ran out of yarn and started a new one. That's what that tail's all about. And then I'll have a second tail right here that I'll have to weave in because it's of the restart. Then to finish my toe, I just kind of check my stitch lengths, and then I take my knitting and I fold it on a diagonal so that my stitches are diagonal like that. And then I'm going to take my needle and I'm going to wrap it into these diagonal stitches. See how I just roll them up onto the needle there? About 4 or 5 of them, I guess. Pull that through. Then I turn it around. And I take the next row down. Wrap my needle through them. Okay, and pull it through. And now if you can look at, if you see your weave in there, you have a strong change of direction so that it doesn't come undone. But the weave is diagonal, so it doesn't create a bump in your fabric, and you don't see it on the right side at all. And then I just cut it. And I never cut it right up against the yarn. I just leave a little bit. Nobody's going to see it. And so that's done. And then I do the same kind of weave on those extra tails there. So now we have a Kitchener sock. Questions? Anybody need some help? Okay, looks good. Well, we finished 10 minutes early. Woohoo!
I have a question.
Sure, I'll help you. Be glad to help you. Wait, let me get up. I'm trapped in the camera and I can't get out.
I'm okay. I think I'm okay. The last 2 stitches left with the markers. So you went, let's say,
So I went in,
down.
I had down into the one that had the thread, and then out into the new
one.
stitch that had the marker.
Right, and then another marker.
Then I went across into the stitch that had the thread in it already.
Right, and up through the marker. Okay, so then what do you do when you
Okay,
just
then
had?
the very last one, after I've gone through both markers, is I go back through the one that had the marker, the first marker.
Okay.
That I went through, and I go through that stitch and into this.
And that's it. So you don't go through the second marker twice.
No.
No, you didn't. Okay. Okay.
Any other questions? Oh. Up. That's the key to starting. Up. You guys are brave. I can't do it.
It's easier. They were getting confused.
Oh,
Okay. Okay. It's easier for me. Okay, cool. Yeah, it's working.
And by the way, they have two shirts like this, but these especially how I just like to get rid of. One's an extra large and one's a medium. One's big and one's blue.
And does it have the pattern on it?
Yeah.
It sure does.
In fact, that's how I made it cards. I digitized it for embroidery. And I wanted something that had, the diagram on it. And I could do it in my embroidery software. So I did it in my embroidery software. Excellent. Blue is the medium. Yeah, we can.
Can I want to take a photo of you
Oh, okay.
With-
Oh,
inside while you're sitting there so we can document it.
okay. How's my hair? I don't even know if I combed it this morning. Okay. This went to the end of my slide. This is right here.
So it doesn't matter if you're doing waist yarn or whatever. That's a tip I'll share with you. I always do that because then that way it's muscle memory. And muscle memory is probably your greatest friend in doing this. So I've raised up the needles on the back half of the machine. The way I anchor this and to the heel to the body of the sock is I come across here and I literally wrap the needle behind wrap the yarn behind the first needle on the back half of the machine.
Could you make the one bigger so it's
Yeah.
the one?
Hold on. Sorry, hold on.
Nope, that's fine. We got another one we can do the exact same thing on. Yes.
When you're saying green, are you just going behind the needle?
I'm going behind the needle. No, just behind it.
Okay.
Because that's how you're anchoring. At this point, that's how you're anchoring the heel to the body of the sock. This first wrap will tie it into the body of the sock. And then, of course, and most heels, when you do them, it's just one up all the way, as you do your decreases and increases. And I have to engage my heel spring, because otherwise we won't need anything. And so this first time, there'll be 2 needles that are wrapped in that same yarn. But you just take the yarn and you just put it behind that first needle in the back half of the machine. And later on, when this last stitches get knit on the increase, that'll all go away. I know it looks funny right now. And let's see, am I trying to mess it up? I'm trying to mess it up. And I did mess it up, but that's okay. I can fix that. And if you do what I just did, which happens, I didn't knit this one. I didn't raise this one, but I can unknit it and fix that. Or we can pretend I did it right and just raise it up for giggles. So, which is what we'll do. But normally I wouldn't do that, ha ha ha. But we're all human. So now it's just, hey, stuff happens. So it's literally, it's just the way it is.
So your
And-
first pass on your decrease on each side is raising 2 needles
No,
instead of raising one?
no, it's raising one needle.
Just one? Okay.
But what I do is I put the yarn behind the first needle on the back half of the machine.
That's already raised.
That's already raised, yes. And so then it's just, you raise one and you wrap. And I do my weights differently than everybody else does. I use soft weights exclusively. And so the rest of this is just your normal, raise one until you get to your target needle. The trick on this, on doing a wrapped heel, is your transition from your increase to your decrease. But muscle memory. And you'll notice I really watch those corners real closely when I do this. And I kind of push my fabric down. And I've done several rows. I could do the whole decrease this way without ever even adding the weights. I actually add them later. Because I just find for me this is easier. This is faster. So you don't have to use weights, but you do have to use hand pressure or something to keep it down. And I kind of break a lot of the rules when it comes to heels and toes, because when I put my heel forks in here in just a minute, I break all the rules. Because I shove them way up there, as far up there as I can, and they're as close together as I can almost get them. But for me, it works. And that's the important thing, is if you're new to these machines, you find what works well for you. Okay? Because there's not just one way to do it. Now, there are some significant things that do matter. That if you don't do them in certain areas, and if this happens, which it did for me, and then I dropped my pick. Amy.
Hold on.
My last one here didn't knit.
Are you going to do a rounded heel?
No, I'm just going to do a normal wrapped heel. There's nothing rounded about it. It's just a normal heel. And I don't want that. Okay. And then I just did that. And you'll notice I kind of covered that, so put that back in. Okay. And I use soft weights exclusively for heel weights and for You'll notice if you look down here at the bottom, you can come around and look later, but I just have a cast on bonnet and I have another weight just like this inside the bonnet. And so I just take this and I give it a squeeze and I run it up and I get as close to the top as I can and I pull it through and I let it sit. I'll have to move my heel forks one time after this, and that's all I have to move them the entire time. I don't have to, I'm not, for me, less fiddly is better in that regard. It's easier for me. So my needle's up. I put my weight in. I still watch my corners because that first stitch is always where it's going to want to do something funny or weird. So I'm headed for my target needles. And so it's always just, one up on your decrease. So it's pretty simple. And it goes pretty quickly because it's this part of it goes pretty quickly because you're not doing a lot of extra goodies. Okay, so now here I have, this is the last decrease. All I have to do is raise this needle here. And so I'm done with my decreases. Now, this is where on a wrapped heel or any type of heel, this is where it, if you're doing a wrapped heel, this is where it matters. Instead of putting 2 down at the end, I put 1 down. So this is my transition spot. When I'm over here around 9 o'clock after I've finished my decrease, but before I do my increases, I put that first needle down, not quite all the way, just like you do everywhere else for everything else. And then I watch it and I come around, and that's my transition row. And so now I wrap the yarn on the working side and push 1 needle down. And so it's wrap and down. And I'm going to wrap this one and push this one down. This is when I move my heel forks for the last time because I won't need to do it again. Put my pick back in my hand, get it ready, and we are off to the races because now we're pretty much done with that. So your transition row, that first on your increase is where it matters most. So you just wrap and down. And I talk my way literally through every step that I do, even though I've been cranking on these machines for several years and I still go wrap and down. Now something happens and the phone rings and I come back and I don't know where I am or how to tell where I'm at. There's a couple of quick things. First of all, where's my working yarn? Well, my working yarn is over here already. Okay. Is it wrapped already? Yes. Okay, good. So that tells me if it's wrapped already that I'm probably going back the other way. But before I do that, I need to check and make sure that that needle's down. And so it's the same. And if you haven't heard this before, whatever you do on the right, you do on the left. And if you start at 3 o'clock, you're an equal row on, and because it's really 2 rows to do equal needles. And I know that sounds kind of dumb, but I don't know how else to describe it because 2 rows, one this way and one that way is a complete decrease of equal value. Does that make sense? Does anybody have any questions? Oh, you guys are brilliant. I love you. Yay! I don't always have brilliant people. And if anybody ever needs to talk, chat, visit, or do anything, you can reach me by phone. You can reach me on Facebook Messenger, on Zoom, and in a few other ways, email. But if you are struggling with your machine or you're having an issue, so it's wrap and down. I'm available anytime. I retired a couple of years ago. So I get to sit at home and play with yarn and fiber and fabric all day. I have a wonderful life. And these are things that work for me that I think are important. So I talk my way through it and I make mistakes. You saw I made mistakes. It's okay. But we're still going to end up with a pretty heel. Even if you mess up one stitch on a heel, you can usually recover from that okay. It's usually all right. But once you get to this part and you're just doing your decreases, you don't have to fool with your weights too much. You just always make sure that your latches catch and that that first stitch knits. And this one did not knit. I didn't drop the stitch, and I hate dropping them on the miter. So I wrap, and I'm down. And if you want to catch and count and make sure, hey, where am I? Which side am I doing? Have I done it right? So at this point, I wrap. So I want to count and make sure I'm right. I go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 needles on this side, and I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. If I'm even, Steven, before I do anything over here, push anything down, I know that I haven't missed any stitches. But don't count on the right. Only count on the left. If you start on the right, don't count what the working yarn's on the right. Finish out the row. Finish out the set so you make sure that that's where your needle count is even. Does that help? Does anybody have questions about that? Okay. It took me a long time to figure that out. I had never seen a sock machine when mine arrived at the house. And so everything I've learned about these things are watched from some YouTube videos and from playing with the machine and going, oh, hey, ding, ding, ding. And so I like to share those things with people because, it's those little things, especially because I couldn't hand knit when I got my sock machine. I had knitted on some looms, and I don't mean the plastic looms from Walmart. I mean nice ones, nice wooden and metal ones. Now, see, I'm trying to drop a stitch here. But that's one of the things. You notice I caught that before it even had a chance to get away from me. The reason is because I'm not looking here. I'm looking back here because that's where your needles will drop. And so these are all little things, since this crank-in is about back to basics and homecoming. And, so if you're teaching somebody, just try to remember what it was like when you were learning. And even especially if you were a hand knitter up front, and then you get one of these machines and you're like, oh man, all that hand knitting knowledge translates in so many ways. Well, I couldn't do either. So I can't read a pattern. I can't write a pattern. I can make anything. I can come up with it. I can design it, and I can figure it out, and I can make it, and then I can tell you how to make it, but I can't write you a pattern.
You're my kind of person.
Well, and so I literally don't know, okay, some of the letters and some of the this, yeah, sure, I get that. But I look at it and but I want to do this, or I want it to be that. I decided I was going to make some placemats on my bumblebee with striped yarn, with patterned yarn. Well, when you do that, you make the little tubes, because I want them to be thicker. I had to make 2 tubes, close off the ends, and match up the patterns. Otherwise, it was going to look stupid on my table. I'm not having stupid on my table, But y'all, you're the ones that laugh, no, because you're the same. And so I got down to my last placemat, and I had knitted. I'd taken the time and I'd matched everything up. The yarn when I started, and it was a nice patterned opal yarn, and so it was really pretty. And I get down, and it turns out that there's a flaw in the die in the very last tube that I make. Now, fortunately, I bought one of those 1,000, gram cones, so I had a full kg of yarn. So I was like, "Yay me!" And so I had 275 rows of beautiful opal yarn on a bumblebee with a 90 slot cylinder. And okay, so I was like, well, what am I going to do with this thing? I don't know what I'm going to do with it. And so I looked at it and I played with it, and I looked at it and I played with it, and then I folded it in half, and I don't know what, I'm like, oh, wait. Oh. And so I took the 2 ends that I had done a nice little crochet bind off on the ends without adding extra yarn. And I sewed those together by hand. And I did a mattress stitch at the side. And that's how I ended up with pot holders. So, if you come across something and it doesn't quite work out right, don't get discouraged. Look at it and say, okay, what can I do with this? So we're going to wrap and down. So now we're coming back around and we're doing the last stitch on the decrease on at 3 o'clock. So what I'm going to do is that knits that first kind of double around the 2 needles, that first one from the decrease, that first stitch got knitted. So now I'm going to wrap that back needle, the first needle on the back, and I'm going to lower this one, and I'm going to try not to break my needles. And so now what I'm going to end up with on the left is I've got 3 pieces of yarn on that one. So once I wrap this one, I'm going to have 3 pieces of yarn here. So now the heel is essentially complete. So I'm going to wrap. I'm not going to wrap. I'm going to knit. And 3 clicks past. And there's a reason why I do 3 clicks past. So now I'm going to lower the back half of the needles. And of course, we all know that when we lower or move our needles around, we got to check and make sure they're all open. And they are. Now, one of the things that I do that helps prevent drop stitches, because this is where you have the most weight on the machine, there's the most stress and pressure on that miter. This is where it all goes bad, right, ladies? If we drop stitches, it's the first few rounds. And what I found was I make sure that I pull the first 3 or 4 stitches up on the back half and on the front half of the machine so that the yarn clears the latches. I want to make sure that all the yarn is below the latch, right? And I have found that if you knit slowly on the first 5 rounds, after you get this done, of course I'm being picky about it today, that you are less likely to do that. And then I protect my miter when I do this. So what happens here, because I've got 3 pieces of yarn on the equivalent to needle, this is 72 slot cylinder, on needle number 1 and on needle number 36. Yeah, on 36. And so I have 3 pieces on each one, and now I'm fixing to knit them off. I want to make sure they're all going to come off. And so I just push in when I get to the miter, and then I just watch what it does. And as it goes all the way down, I give it a little push right at the miter, and then I watch every stitch. And I do knit real slowly after my heel, the very first row, because I want to make sure every single one of them catches. And then on the second row, I can go a little bit quicker. And then I have 3rd row, 4th row, and then you're back into your regular knitting. So I'm going to knit this around just a little bit. And I'm going to pop this off. Yep, and I didn't put in ravel cord because I was a blonde this morning. Hey, it happens. Oh, good, I don't even have scissors with me. Yay me. But you don't have to have scissors. So, and I actually went past it a little bit, but I don't really care because this is just for demo purposes. But if I was taking it off the machine to do my normal thing. So I'm going to toss a little waste yarn on here, and we pass this around. And I know it doesn't seem like I showed you anything grand or spectacular, but the little things, and this will be straight off the machine with no Lycra. Oops, sorry, I'm beating up the camera lady. Yeah, but I guess that's part of her job. Sorry, lady. I don't know what her name is. I just can only call her lady. And I have this little mini yarn bowl, and I just put my waste yarn in a ball, and I use it over and over again because, I can. And I took the heel weights off, so I pulled that one. Yes, I use a lot of waste yarn. And I do it for a reason, actually. Because if I break it or it frays, I can just cut that off and I can keep using it. I have more waste yarn than I know what to do with. Did somebody have a question? Oh, okay. So this isn't a hard thing to do. And, you know, you can take parts of this and like anchoring the sock to anchoring the heel to the body of the sock. You can do that with any heel. Um, you know, um, the choice is yours. It's just all kinds of whatever. I'm gonna pass this around, and if anybody has any questions, and of course it's fresh off the machine, so it's gonna be a little loose, and it happens to be yarn that I knitted once before, so we all know how it looks like when it first comes off the machine. But if you saw the yes,
Do you ever do a deep peel?
the D-peel works the exact same way. You do the exact same thing. You just add 1, 2, 3, 4, as much as 4 needles, depending upon your cylinder, the foot that you're dealing with, or whatever. And so, you know, once that settles down, because we know when it first comes off the machine, and I don't even know what it's set at. I just packed it up and brought it. I was like, okay. But I typically, when I knit a sock, for stitch consistency, is I gauge my heel spring after my first row, and I leave it on. If I'm doing a cuff down, I take the heel spring off for the last row of the foot before I start the toe.
Why?
I'm glad you asked, because that will cover in another class, which is a toe up sock. But if you don't want to do a toe up sock because you find that too fiddly, but you don't want a Kitchener, there's an alternate toe closure. If you look at the sock that's been passed around, you look at that toe and it's different, but it's still smooth and it lies flat against the toe. It is a crochet bind off without adding yarn, and so it stays and it's beautiful. And if you want to turn the sock inside out, and you will see, because the way I close it and then I can bind it off, I actually get to add a little bit of cushion to the toes by adding an extra strand of yarn, because I have this piece of yarn that comes off the machine. It's only about 8 inches. You kind of bind it through, you run it through your loops on the back side of it, and across the tip of the toe, back the other side, and I zigzag it through. So if anything ever happens, I have goof loop yarn built into the sock that I can take out later to make repairs. So, you know, but yeah.
So in order to tie the heel to the bottom,
Mm-hmm.
the only thing you did different is when you get started, just to wrap an extra up needle.
On the back, on each side, on the decrease and on the increase. And if you saw that one sock, the rainbow sock, there's no hole, there's nothing there.
You do the same thing on your toes.
Depends what kind of toe I do. If I do a toe up, yes, I do. If I do a cuff down, no, I do not. And the reason that I don't is, if you look at that sock that I passed around, you notice it has no dog ears. And it's nice and smooth. And you know that there's all kinds of extra yarn added all the way around that toe. You know, and but there's no dog ears, and so it sits and it lays flat, and it's smooth up against the toe. And if you don't believe me, go downstairs, see Melissa, say, take off your shoe, Cindy said, and and she will take off your shoe, because she's an amazing human being and she's wonderful, and she will show you just how nice and smooth that type of toe closure is, and how well she wears a woman's size 12 shoe. So she has a big foot and it's wide, and she has a wide heel. And that's her sock that y'all are holding. It's clean. I washed it, I promise. You know.
It's like, oh.
Yeah, I know. Oh, yeah. So, but no, it's actually really, it's the little things in the way that you use your machine that make all the difference in the world. Those little things that we've learned along the way that we forget to share with people. And so for me, doing a wrapped heel, when I first started, I did a 1 up, 2 down, 1 up, 2 down. I did it on the toes, I did it on the heels, I did it on everything. I didn't care. But I always anchored them. And I learned that when I used the little wood looms, you know, the little KB knitting looms, the little sock looms. That's how I learned how to make socks. I decided I wanted to learn how to knit. Well, I couldn't do it with needles. And I'd tried before. And I thought, I got these knitting looms now. This will be easy. It's just socks. Okay. I didn't know I picked the hardest thing to learn. But that was one of the things that they called it, was anchoring it to the body of a sock. And to me, it makes perfect sense because if you anchor it, because your heel is where there's the most stress on that sock. That's the largest part of the foot is over the foot and at the heel right there at that edge of the miter where the heel goes. It goes all the way around. That's the widest part of the sock, and that's where the most stress is always on. It's the most flexible portion. We abuse it putting our socks on and taking them off and just in everyday wearing and walking. And I've been making socks for over a decade, whether it be on a CSM or on the little hand looms, one pick at a time. And I have yet to wear out a heel. And I've got one friend, and then I've been making socks for people forever, but one friend who's finally worn a hole at the bottom of the sock after 10 years, but not the nothing where any of the miters have worn out because I always anchor everything. If you anchor it to the, it gives it some support. That sounds silly, but it really does. Does anybody have any questions?
The only sock that I wore a hole in was Mary Maxon's sock.
Ah.
So you gotta watch your yarns.
But the most important thing about making this and doing this stuff is you find what works for you. Okay, you may not like doing a wrapped heel, but you might like the idea of anchoring the sock. Or, hey, I like the idea of pushing on the miter so I don't, because there's something about 9 o'clock to noon after you do the heel. That's your risk zone. That's at least it's always been for me. Might be something I'm doing in the way that I don't know. But whatever it is, that's my weak spot is right after the heel. And so those are the things that I've learned to do to help offset my things. And so if you get to your machine and you're struggling with something, you find what works for you, because, what's right for me might not be right for you. And you might find, ooh, I like the idea of, strengthening the heel and closing that last little mini gap you got right there. And because we all have that mini gap, right? It's not really a hole, it's just a little bit of a gap. And that's how I close that gap. And it makes a nice sock and it washes and as well. Does anybody else have anything?
Thank you.
No, easy stuff. I don't know if this was even close to an hour, but
We still have time.
okay. Well, I do have, if you guys want to learn an alternate toe closure and you downstairs and you knit a sock, and you've got your waist yarn on there and you haven't anchored it, please don't anchor it. Bring it over and I'll show you how to do a toe closure, an alternate toe closure with the crochet. You don't add any extra yarn, just add any extra bulk. And it gives, I think it's a really pretty little seam. And they seem to be very durable and I like them. And then if you decide you don't like it, that's okay. So.
If you have time, there's a question for you. You
Yes.
will see it in the behind you.
Behind me? Okay. Oh, okay.
Does this get the same feel?
No, it actually gives a slightly different result. Can I have one of those socks back, ladies?
Yeah, somebody's
Yeah.
also asking online, like if you can show the
Yep.
signature.
Yep, that's what we're gonna do. We're gonna show this stuff.
Good,
So,
thank you.
okay. So with a 1 up, 2 down kind of deal, you get an every other kind of right here. I'm gonna try to open this up to show you. Is you see stitch, 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 stitch. Every one of them on both sides has the little ticks, it's a little tick sticks out there. See, there's one on this side, one on that side. When you do a 1 up, 2 down, you only get half of these. And so you end up with a little bit airier sock through here. It's still closed, but when you stretch it out, you can open it up and really see. And I've had 20 ladies in here stretching on this for the last, 30 or 40 minutes, but you can see that it closes up beautifully. So it is it produces the same type of heel, yes, but the seam looks different. So it's not like a tomato heel or the three wedge heel. And there's a lot of different heels to do out there, but So this just gets this really nice, neat seam, and it's nice and tidy. Here's the one we just did. Now it's just come off the machine and it's full of waste yarn, and it's re-knitted yarn at that. But you can see that really nice line right here. And on the inside, you can see this is where the wrap, this is what it looks like on the back side. So, and with the two down, you only get every other one of these. If that makes sense, they're just longer. So, do we have any other questions?
Um,
Okay. Okay. Well, thank you so much, everybody. I appreciate you.
Thank you.
Have a wonderful day, and you know, don't if you need anything with anything at all, I'm down there. I can help anybody anytime. I'm happy to. Thank you much.
I know what you mean.
Where is it, like, in relation to, it's not that, okay, so it's different.
Are you gonna introduce yourself or yourself?
Yeah. Tell me what to do.
Okay, just introduce yourself to them.
That's where I'm going several times,
Okay. How y'all doing today? I'm Daryl. I'm with Erlbacher's. I'm sure that most of you have seen us before. I'd like to welcome you to the Cranking for 2022. We're finally glad to be having one. Today we're going to talk about factory settings. And the factory settings are just a baseline of information where if you have difficulty with your machine, you can go back to the baseline and you can customize your settings from there out. Now, all the machines are shipped with a kind of a little mini sock, and that is made at the baseline settings. So we know it works there. If you have difficulties, refer back to that. Of course, we are always there at the shop to be able to answer questions, and we even do video calls if you have anything you can't resolve yourself. But for today, let's talk about the factory settings. Our machine here has yarn on it, so I'm going to take it off real quick. And we'll talk first with the ribbings, the cylinder. And our cylinder has VCAM, which is this piece here. I'm sure most of y'all know this already, so please don't, I'm not trying to be insulting, just cover all the basics of it. And our VCAM has an indicator on the front of it, which is a brass piece. And on top of that, it has a jam nut. On the top of the jam nut is little numbers that are engraved, 1, 2, 3, and 4. And those were a reference so you know you can go back to a specific setting. I personally use that because my son's socks are different than mine. So I know where to go back to make his, to make mine. It's a lot more convenient that way. When we start at the shop, we set them from the top of the cylinder to the top of the VCAM to be approximately 1.25 inches. You can measure that with calipers like we do at the shop, or a ruler, anything of that you prefer to use. So I will just do it real quick here on this one to make sure we're set right. And that one's measuring about 1.23. So that's about 1.25 inches. It's a little bit less, but for our purposes, that's going to be perfectly fine. Once that one's set, it is always best to look at your number on the brass jam nut on top of it, and also to look at what line the indicator is sitting at. You can write that down. I do that all the time myself. Write down it's number 2 and then the second middle line. Then you know exactly where to go back to with it. Our yarn carrier is another one that we set at a baseline setting for it too. I personally use the ribbing system to set it with because you want the yarn carrier to go over the top of your ribber needles. So we'll put that in there. And I have no ribber needles. So we'll do it with a cylinder needle, but it should be a ribber needle, so please bear with me. When the needle is in place, you want your yarn carrier to go over the top of the ribber needle, and you want the thickness of a credit card from the top of the ribber needle to the bottom of the yarn carrier. Now, everybody has personal preferences. Again, we're just talking baseline settings. So once you get that set, you should have no problems. Same thing with the distance from the front of the yarn carrier to the cylinder needles, about the thickness of a credit card. Now, don't be afraid to take your yarn carrier and to bend it a little bit. Don't get real rough with it because it is brass and it can break. But if it seems like it's a little close on one side, further away on the other side, you can bend that around a little bit so that it feels better and it looks better for your purposes. We always want to watch where our yarn falls. That is really the key as to how our knitting goes. Our whole purpose in knitting is to trap the yarn in the needles and our latches to close to hold the yarn, and then the new yarn to come over the top of it and make a slip knot. Because as we all know, knitting is just a series of slip knots. I don't have anything set up to do that with, so I apologize. Now our ribber system, we'll pull it off here. Our ribber system has, I'm sorry, yes, please.
Quick question. How do you adjust the height of the
yarn carrier? Absolutely, yes. Our yarn carrier right down here has a little Phillips screw. That once you loosen that Phillips screw up, that bar, this one happens to be green, that bar will move up and down. You have to move it up and down by hand. My preference is to just loosen it a little bit, and I will tap on the top nut either bottom of it or top of it to move it up or down, whichever way you want it. And you can move it really slightly that way. So that's why I prefer doing it that way. Back to our ribber. Our ribber has a couple of different things that we want to make note of. We have a drive pin on the ribber. It's a 1/4-inch drive pin that goes in the hole in the top of it. And also there's an adjustment, which is actually a Phillips head screw. That sets our timing on the ribbing system. Once that screw is touching the drive pin, that's where all the magic's going to happen. That's what's going to make the needles come in and out. And our timing is adjusted by that screw. If you watch the needles, when you move the tappet plate, this is the tappet plate, by the way, probably should have said that to start with. When you move the tappet plate forward, counterclockwise direction, that will actually pull the needles in. So if you think in relationship to that screw, if the screw head comes backwards towards that pin, that's going to advance your timing to make your needles come in sooner. If you push it away from that pin, it's going to make the needles stay out longer. And you adjust that as you're knitting so you see the yarn fall. Where the yarn falls is key to everything. That's where you want it to land at. We have an adjustment over here where it adjusts the tension on your ribbing system. That one you usually don't have to adjust it much. I've seen folks move it one line. That's really the biggest I've seen them move, and that's when somebody was making a little baby sock. It was really cute. I'd love to learn how to do that myself. But that one will put tension up, just like on the cylinder. It'll adjust tension on your ribber as well. We set our baseline setting at the middle line. Again, that is just baseline settings. Everything can be customized beyond that. But if you set that middle line on it, we know it's going to work. That's the way we set it at the factory. Now, next to that, we have an in and out lever, is what we like to call it. It is engraved in and out. When it's in play, that means your needles will come into the yarn. So it will be in play, pulling your yarn in and out. When you put it out of play, the needles stay into the ribbing system. They will not go out to the yarn. So if you don't want to knit, put it in play. If you do want to knit, I'm sorry, I got that backwards. If you don't want to knit, put it out of play. If you do want to knit, in play. And you can also take out your drive pin, your 1/4-inch drive pin, and that will totally disengage the ribbing system. It'll just sit there as everything else spins around it. I personally have never done that, but I have not gotten into a lot of the fancier knitting, the 3x2s, 4x2s, and whatever else is out there nowadays. Height of your ribber is also another one that's super critical. Let me spin this around. Your ribber arm, which is this piece here, the pin on the bottom of it, and the ribber arm holder, which is piece down here. The pin and the hole for it are 1/2 of a thousandth of an inch different. So that is super close to each other. So when you put it in, I like to tell folks to hold it by the spine of the ribber arm, put it in, slide it down. And I say to hold it by the spine because if we hold it up on the top, we tend to tilt it forward or backward and it won't line up right. If you try to force it in because it's such a tight tolerance, it can mar and scar up and then it will not go in at all. Then you have to get something out to file the little burr off of it that we just created. So that's why I like to tell people hold it by the spine. It's easier to put something in straight when you've got a hold of something straight. Once it's dropped down into place, we have a jam nut here. It's a brass jam nut on the side of it, and that holds it in place, keeps it in the right position. If you ever have to adjust your height, excuse me, you ever have to adjust your height, at the very bottom underneath where that jam nut is, there's a little set screw. And we have a lifter tool, which I will try to find in my pocket. Little lifter tool. This is a very old one, so it has a round head on it. The one that comes with machines now have a thumb screw on the bottom of it, and that will just slide into the bottom of it. There is an Allen head set screw down there, so it might take a minute to get it lined up. There it goes. And you have to make sure your jam nut's loose, and then you can twist it counterclockwise to raise the ribber up, clockwise to lower the ribber down. And
As you're looking at it.
yes, correct. Looking at it from the top. And what we want for our purposes of clearance, we want to take the tip of that tool and we want that to go in between the ribber and the cylinder. Once that goes in between there, that's plenty of room for our yarn to flow through there. And we have to have the yarn flowing through it so the knitting process can continue. This one right now is a little bit low, so I'm going to raise it up. And that's probably just a hair bit too high, but we're not going to fight with that. These are our baseline settings again. Then we'll set our jam nut so that it's down. And if you listen to the ribber dial, you'll hear it click. that's when the fin of the rubber dial, which is right here, that's the fin, it is hitting the pin in the cylinder. This one happens to be at the back of the machine, but when those two engage, that's what makes the rubber spin. So when you're typically when you put it in, you'll have yarn on your machine, and there'll be a blue paint mark on it. That's where the fin needs to go at. So when you slide it down in there, just give it a little shake, and if you hear the click, you know it's in the right position. If you don't hear that click, pull it out, put it back in again. If you trap yarn between the two, the fin and the pin, it won't flow, and you want the yarn to flow through it. There it is. There it is. There, now we got everything spinning. So that is the basic settings on it that we set at the factory. Again, something to refer back to if you need and you have difficulties. Anybody have any questions so far?
There's
Would
a,
you repeat, when you're talking about setting the timing,
Mhm.
which direction to make the needle latches open quicker or slower?
You're talking about the ribbing system, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now, let's put a needle in here. With a needle in, and again, this is not the right needle, so bear with me on that. When we adjust the screw on the side of it and we pull the screw out towards the pin, move it around, the screw head, we're going to adjust it closer to the pin. That's going to advance the timing. That means the needle will come in faster, sooner.
Close.
Yep, yes. If we push it in away from the pin, that'll make it come in slower.
Okay, thank you.
And the best way to do that is with yarn on it and watch where the yarn falls. You want your yarn to fall. Does everyone know the anatomy of a needle? Let's talk about that just real quick. Like the anatomy of a needle is we have a needle butt, which is on the back of it here. The rubber needles actually have two needle butts. One will be sticking up on the front. I apologize, I didn't bring one with me. And we'll have one on the back. So that's the needle butt. And the front of it, we're going to have a latch and the hook. And right in the middle of that latch is a little bit tiny pin. They call that the crux. We want our yarn to fall. You can see how it's got a little bit of a slope to it right here. We want our yarn to fall in front of that crux, in front of the latch, but not interfere with the hook of the needle. So we want it to fall on that little bit of a ramp. So there's a little variance in there that you can be off by a little bit and it'll still work perfectly fine as long as you're on that ramp at some point. And when you're knitting around on your machine, sometimes you'll notice it's different on one side than it is the other side. And that's because of the variance that we have in the different materials that we use. That's nothing that we can control, unfortunately. Another reason why we have a little bit of play in there. As long as it's falling in that location on both sides of the machine, you shouldn't have any problems at all. The bane of our existence in knitting has been magnetism, we have discovered. And that little latch, when it gets magnetized, it will not do what you want it to. Your tools get magnetized, like your lifter tool, your hooks, your latches, everything gets magnetized. And that little needle, if you wave something over it, the little latch will move with it. So if you have a lot of drop stitches, you cannot figure out why, start looking for something that's magnetized. They have a device they sell. I know Amazon has them. I can't tell you a price. We have one downstairs. If you have that problem while you're here, you can just swipe it across the demagnetizer and it will take the magnetism out of it. We had a cranking a couple of years ago where we had an electrical storm that was in the area and everybody had massive problems, and it was because of magnetism. So we try to tell people, if you're using a computer or a cell phone or an iPad, don't put it right next to the machine because they do create magnetism. And we want to avoid that. Keep it a couple feet away if you can. No magnets. A lot of folks were using a magnetic holder for their needles. Well, that magnetism will transfer to the needles and you'll have nothing but problems. So avoid magnetism at every possible cost. And we will have a demonstration tomorrow at 2 about the maintenance on the machine. So we'll go into more of what to oil, things of that nature also. But I do want to say, while we're talking about baseline settings, when you knit, I'm sure you've all seen the yarn fuzz that gets on your machine and the oil seems to attract it. When you see that accumulating, wipe it off. That will change how your needles act in ways that I never imagined possible. My needles were hanging up. They weren't dropping down like they were supposed to. And a lot of the stuff works by gravity. So if it's not easy for the needle to drop down, it's not going to be down waiting for the yarn to grab the yarn in time. And I did that several times before I realized that I have to clean the little slots out in the cylinder also, because the yarn fuzz will get stuck in the slots. And I'm not real big at cleaning my equipment up. I just like to use it and keep using it and go and go. So every so often, take it off, wipe it out. I've even used the little cans of air we use on our keyboards at home to blow the little slots out in it. Use your pick, wipe the slots out in it. Same thing with your ribber dial. Cleanliness is next to godliness, they say. And I do believe in that thoroughly with these machines. Yes, sir.
Do you have to take the needles out to spray the slots?
I would absolutely recommend it. Yeah, otherwise, because the needles are, this is one continuous piece of metal that has been formed. The machines are fascinating to watch them work. So yeah, there's little niches on it and little pockets in it. So yeah, absolutely. Take them out. Take your needles out. And I like to, when I'm cleaning my machine, I take my needles out and I throw them all in a bucket with some oil and let them soak overnight. If there is any rust developing on it, anything of that nature, that oil usually cleans it off. And it keeps them good and lubricated, because that latch is a moving part. And you have to remember that. We'll go into more of that at the oiling, the maintenance sections also. Anybody else?
There's a question online. You can read it behind you.
Oh, well, we're fancy here, aren't we?
I was saying we got Diana. It says, can Daryl show the credit card difference in alignment from another angle? See, the football was blocking.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. How about we do it like that? And what we're talking about is from the front of the yarn carrier to the needles. You can see this one's significantly closer than what we're talking about. I'm not going to change it because somebody else was knitting on this and they had it set for a reason, but we want enough distance where a credit card will go down in here. And same thing with a ribber needle. Let me crank around so we can get, left one in. That's a bad idea. Same thing with coming over the top of it. I'm going to crank around here. Of course, I'll drop it. This is not a ribber needle, but bear with me with that. We want to do the same thing here. We want about a credit card's distance from the top of the needle to the bottom of the yarn carrier. Hope that's a better angle for everyone to see. Any other questions? Oh. Yeah, that is the baseline settings that we use at the shop. And again, please don't hesitate. If you ever have any questions or any problems, give us a call. I got that stuck in there now. I hope they weren't expecting much more than that out of me. Well, thank you all for coming to the Crank-In this year.
So is this, all the videos, are they gonna be on the Erlbacher?
I would assume they're going to be posted. Is that
What?
Thank you.
them. I sell my socks, and somebody had asked me, do I make baby socks? I said, no, but I probably can. And they wanted 10 pairs for their daughter's baby shower. And I had about 3 or 4 months until the shower to come up with something. And I tried various patterns out there. There's a booty pattern that you kind of tuck inside each other. But I'm going to tell you, I tried one of those and I put it on a baby and it fell off. It wasn't going to work. It wasn't what she really wanted. She really wanted a sock. So I looked out there. I went to the Great Canadian Crank and asked around up there. And nobody had ever really made them. And I said, so I came up with this. And what I do is I'm using a 54 cylinder every other needle. I use mostly the opal yarns, which are these. I have used I think this is opal 6-ply. Anna Fisher sells a 6. You'll find it different places. Is that 6-ply? It's 150 grams per skein.
No, this is 4.
Okay, that's what this is. This here is 6-ply. It comes like that, but it's 150 grams. I've seen it on at Little Knits. I've seen it. Anna Fisher or Daphne used to sell it. It's thicker. I've made socks for adults with this. I'm not a fan of it. Maybe if you lived in really cold country, and it's kind of stiff when you make it, okay, for adults if you use it. When it comes off the machine, yesterday I made this, and I did not put Lycra in this one. So that's what it looks like. It's loose. This one here has Lycra. Can you see the difference in it already? I wash it in warm water in the washing machine on a delicate cycle, and I dry it on low heat in the dryer until it's dry. Doesn't take long.
Then it becomes that.
This is what it comes out to. It's the only way you're going to get sock yarn with polyamide in it to shrink is by using the Lycra. Yes, there are, I guess, compound cylinders and other cylinders you can make baby sock, but I'm using a 54. I've had people ask me, can I use a 60? You certainly can. I've never worked it out. I only made these. Honestly, I sell them for $15 a pair and they sell like hotcakes.
That's why I bought my 54 cylinder was because of your thing on Facebook. And I could, that was several months ago.
Uh-huh.
I thought, just recently, I thought, what did I buy that for?
And
I just saw it again, and I thought,
Well, I also have a pattern out on Circular Sock Knitting 2.0 on the Facebook page. It's called One Skein Croy Fingerless Mittens. I make it on a 54. There is no ribbing to it. You can do the thumb gusset. Learn how to do the thumb gusset. They're very easy. One skein of Croy yarn makes the full pair. I sell those for $35. They sell like hotcakes. I can't make them quick enough.
so what is the name of your pattern on that?
One Skein Croy Fingerless Mittens. You'll find it out there.
Then is it Debbie Brandle or
You'll find it by Debbie Brandle.
BRANDLE?
No, just DL.
DL.
So I have the machine set up. What I do is I attach my bonnet. I do waste yarn. I do what I call separator thread like this here in between all my socks. Then I do another waste yarn. That way, if I'm doing a long tail of socks and I want to go and Kitchener them, I do one round of this. I pull the thread out and I don't have to take everything off the machine. So what I'm doing is I'm attaching, I have my waste yarn right now. I'm going to cut it. I'm starting, and I'm using the ends, those little balls that you have after you make up a pair of socks. You have about 10, 15 grams left if you actually weighed it, sometimes more or less. If you ran it and your pattern repeat is often, you can actually match your pair of socks. If you don't have young children, one thing you can do with these socks is you can make an I-cord on your machine with like 4 or 5 needles in it and just keep going around. And you can string them together for an advent calendar and put. The other thing I did is at my local yarn shop, there was a pattern that I bought, and it was for hand knitting, and it had the yarn, the whole kit, and it was just a little bit bigger. Which if I made this longer and made this higher, they took silverware in a napkin, wrapped it, and if you're having a Christmas buffet, they use Christmas yarns, and you could put your silverware in here, and that way when people come by, you could put little mitts in the toes if you wanted to. Okay, just an idea. You could put a little tail, and that way they can bring it home as an ornament for the tree. There's just so many things you don't need them for anything. So what I'm doing is I'm running my regular yarn. And then I am running the Lycra through this part. I don't run it through here. I just run it back through here. And then I'm putting this up. And by the way, I do have handouts for anyone who would like a handout.
That'd be great, thank you.
If I don't have enough, just take a picture of it. So all I'm doing is I already ran a.
So you run the Lycra straight from the back,
Say
straight
again,
across to the front, the Lycra?
the Lycra is going with my yarn, but it doesn't, this is kind of like a little bit of a tensioner up here. I do not run it there. I run it from the back to the front where it drops. It's, so what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna, oh, wait, heel spring. Now I need my heel spring. The heel spring is run throughout the entire skein.
Do you have the Lycra?
And the Lycra is not supposed to be under the heel spring. Okay, and all I'm gonna do is do 17 rows, my normal tension. And I'm gonna hang my hem. when you pick up the ladders here, when you're hanging your hem, the lycra goes right with it because it's so sticky. It attaches to the yarn. Okay, so that's my hung hem. Put my weights back on. And then if you're following along in the pattern, I do 15 rows for the leg. You can make it as long as you want it.
What size? What month is the size?
Okay, this is 15. Now, I'm gonna raise all my heel stitch needles. And I use my halfway marks. I'm going halfway to halfway, okay? And now I'm just going to do a regular heel. I use, oh, they came and took that, okay. And all I'm doing for my heel, there's not many needles. I'm going normal to the normal hash marks that you would on a normal sock for a 54. So there's not many needles being actually used. Let's see, 4 needles. Okay, now I am done decreasing. I'm going to do a wrapped heel. If you do not do a wrapped heel, you'll have holes. These being so small, their hole really shows. But what I do in the very beginning, and not, I don't, when I'm decreasing, I don't lift up 2 as normal when you do it, but only when I'm increasing do I put down 2. And I'm going to, and you just have to make sure that you put your finger and catch that. So 2 down on my return, wrapped heel, so my yarn is going behind the needles. If you hold that yarn down with your finger, you'll catch it.
So it's going behind what needle?
When I put this needle down, some people, you can just put it down where it catches.
Uh-huh.
Okay, I don't. I take this yarn and I'm placing it behind the needle.
Okay.
Placing the needle down. Make sure your latch is open and place the yarn behind the needle.
So the first pass is 2 needles down and the second pass is like 1 needle?
No, the first, when you're decreasing your needles, you're going 1, 1, 1, 1 up to the your center for a normal heel. When you're increasing your needles, the first pass on each side is 2 needles.
And then it's 1
and then it's 1-1. So needle down, yarn behind, just make sure your latch is open. Sometimes, because you're running every other needle, sometimes you have to hold the yarn down or it tends to pop up a little bit. As you can see, it may or may not catch there. So I just want to hold it down to make sure it catches. Okay, I'm now at my hash mark. That's it for it. My needles are going all down, and according to the pattern, is now 12 rows for the foot. Just make sure all your okay. For the toe, needles up again. One up on either side. So I've done one up each time. Now I'm going back. I'm putting the needles back into play. I'm putting 2 down. My yarn goes behind those needles. Just make sure that you kind of hold that so to make sure it catches. And from this point, I am done basically with the sock. When I cut it off, because Lycra springs right back, I will cut off more Lycra than you think, because as you can see, it just kind of springs, just to make sure that it runs with your yarn as you're Kitchener it close. You Kitchener it close, same way you do a normal sock. Put that in there. Sometimes when you're running every other needle, the yarn doesn't always want to go in there. Just make sure that it catches.
You're only using one weight too, right?
Yes, I use well, no, I got my weight on the bottom. I've got my normal weight underneath my cast on basket, but I use the V hook and one
Oh,
weight.
okay. When you're doing your heels and toes or the whole sack.
And then here, if you want to see the way, here's my separator thread. All I do is pull out the ends. put my finger in there, out it goes. You can reuse it if you want. There's my sock. Now I know it looks large. You wash that, it turns into this.
Does it
Wash
stay
it.
that size
This
after
here?
you wash it? Can you wash it through the dryer again?
You know what? I only wash them I wash my socks in cold water and I air dry them. I don't put them back in the dryer. I don't know the answer to that because I never.
I just wondering for gifts, you know how people don't actually listen and they go in the dryer.
Will they keep felting if you got?
Well,
if
they
you have
really
Lycra
don't
in it?
felt. The Lycra tightens, and I really can't answer that. If anybody does use Lycra in their socks, do you dry them in your dryers?
No.
You do. You don't. You air dry them also. That's the only way I ever.
The first
Even
time-
I don't use Lycra in my socks. I air dry my socks.
So the first time you dry them though, you should dry them in the dryer to activate the.
I go activate the Lycra needs heat. So wash it in warm water and then wash them I put my dryer at the lowest temperature setting. If anybody wants to see my samples up here, any other questions?
So
Yes.
if I use Lycra in my socks and I don't dry them and they don't get heat,
The Lycra has not been activated.
no wonder I don't think much of Lycra.
You can steam them after you made them.
I've never activated it.
You just.
I spend all the money on Lycra. I thought, what's the big deal with Lycra? They don't seem real stretchy or anything.
Go ahead. Did you have a question?
Yeah, on a normal 54, I can probably look this up someplace, but you probably know the answer. What is the unused, if you were using all the needles to make a heel and toe, what is the unused number?
I think it's long. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
So do you adjust your tension at all?
No, I do it for the same as the opal, as is, if I was using the opal yarn on here, I use the same. I do not, if you made a normal adult sock and used all the needles, I don't change the tension on it. Now, 6-ply yarn, I do change the tension because it is quite a bit thicker. Come on up here, feel them out,
Okay.
take a look at them. It will shrink. I know it doesn't look like it's gonna shrink, but it does shrink.
That's 4-ply that you have there, or that's
regular opal.
This is regular opal yarn. Opal, Regina, I think it's 4-ply, isn't it?
4-ply, that's what
Yes,
I
right,
have.
exactly what you have there.
Fingering, is its fingering weight?
Fingering weight.
Yeah.
Yes.
Is, oh shoot, I have one more question.
I've used Croy yarn for it. I've used lots of different yarns. It just, whatever I have a small amount of, I do. Now, if you wanted to match your socks into a pattern, because some of these are so small, if you notice these match, what I will do is whatever cylinder I happen to have on here, each sock, as it says, takes approximately 6 to 7 grams. So you're going to need like 14 grams. You're going to need a little bit more if you're going to run that pattern. Because if you have something that repeats often, you won't need as much. But if you have a pattern repeat that's really long, and some of them are really long, you're going to have to run that and you're going to need more waste yarn. Some people don't care if they don't match. If you're going to use them for an advent calendar or a Christmas ornament, or just like maybe put a gift card, you can make them a little bit bigger, put a gift card in there, put some candy or something in there, put some cash in there instead of a gift card.
$100 bill.
Yeah, I feel free to give me one. I'll be there for Christmas. You can make them longer. You want to do it for the silverware? Make them a little bit longer.
What size would you say that fits? Do you have an idea?
I don't have any grandchildren. I can't tell you. But I will tell you, the woman who at first commissioned, oh my God, she fell in love with them and they must have fit her granddaughter off the bat because she says she loves them. So now some.
You stretch though, some, right?
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, they pop right back.
Oh,
Yeah,
I would say that's 0 to 3 months.
Yeah,
I would say at least.
Yeah.
So you just have to make
0
them
to
look a
3
little longer.
months.
That's right.
You can make knee socks, you can make like, let them, get them longer, or you can do whatever you want. Come take a look. It's, it really is
So the more
amazing once you stick.
circumference on there, on the baby socks probably then, you know what I mean, instead of longer, they don't need them really big around.
I don't know, I've seen some pretty fat little legs.
Thank you, Debbie.
Are you using club web?
Lycra, yes, I am.
And where did that huge cone of lycra come from?
14 years ago, I purchased this from Jackie Grant from the MZIC Corporation, I believe it is, from New Zealand.
That's exactly right. I call
She
them
no
doggy
longer
socks.
has it.
I call them doggy socks.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Now, if you only have I only
All right, I think we're ready. So, welcome. Just an introduction. My name is Connie Reeves, and I'm from the Milwaukee area, actually Wauwatosa. Nobody knows where Wauwatosa is, so I always say Milwaukee area. We're going to be doing some lace work, and I'm actually doing this as a two-parter kind of thing, but it's just, you really, once you see the one, you're going to be able to do the other. This is based off of a lace pattern that I learned when I went to the sock school, and we did a lace pattern there in our socks. And when I came home, I decided that I was going to use this for ornaments too. And so I kind of adapted it, and then I found out later that there's one that's by Myrna that's called Jenny's Ornament. It's very similar, but it's a little different too in how they're setting up the lace and how they're getting on and off of it. So it's a similar look, but it's not quite the same. So I hope you enjoy it. But what I'm going to do, I've got the cylinder set up. I've got a 60 in here right now, and you look at both of the sheets. You can see the needle pattern that I'm doing here. For the lacework ornaments, depending on the ornament size that you've got, you can. I have been able to go to a 54 and a 64 on those. For the jars, I'm using these mason jars that have the pint size with the regular lid, not the wide mouth. I'll talk about this solar thing in a minute, but otherwise the ornaments themselves, I buy them at Hobby Lobby. They come in a set of 4, and they're just in a little plastic box like this. I always say if you decide to buy them early, because by the time the Christmas comes around, they're gone. But I was searching all over town for them. So this is the pattern that we're going to be doing, and I've also done it in colors. I've got all kinds of different colors I've done. I've got some that have got some speckles in them. I've been even selling these year round. I do them in different team colors. So, we're Packer fans up in Wisconsin. They buy Packer stuff all year. So I do Packer ornaments, and like this is our Badger ornament for Wisconsin Badgers. So kind of fun to just play with, even if you don't want to do them just for Christmas. The other thing, if you look on the photos of the ornaments, I've added, I don't have any of them here with me, but I buy Swarovski crystals and I glue them onto the ornaments. So that's kind of a pretty option too, if you want to add a little sparkle to them. So I have this set up as a 64, a 60 cylinder, and you'll notice that I have one needle in and then one out, and then the next 3, and then one out, and then another single. So when I talk about that I'm raising needles, I'm raising these single ones. And so if you look at those river, it's a river dial thing, but I use it just for marking the placements. You can see where those single ones are on there to give you that little placement of where all the needles are in the machine. Does that make sense? Yeah? All right, so let me change to my working yarn here. You can experiment with different things. I've even used some metallic yarns and threads. Anything you got around. I can find my end here. All right. So I'm going to start with a long tail. So I just pull out a good chunk of it and then just drop that down in. And I'm going to start out with by cranking 5 rows. So that's the same for both the jar and the ornament. And I'm going to stop at 6. I'm going to take the single needles. I'm going to raise them up. I'm going to crank to 12, raise the single needles on the other half, and then crank 3 rows. And I'm going to stop at 6. And what I'm looking for here is that there are 3 strands of thread that are hiding behind the needle. I don't know if you can see that really well, but there's 3 strands hiding behind the needle here. And that tells me I've got my 3 cranks. Then I'm going to lower them down, making sure I don't lower them all the way. Otherwise they won't get bound together. Crank to 12. Lower the other half. And back to here. And I can raise them up again. So you can see, I call them the little bow ties. I'm raising them, going to 12, raising the back half, going to 6, and all the way around 3 times. Then I can lower. Go to 12, lower the front half, or excuse me, the back half here. Back to here. Now I can raise them again. Again. 3 times. Lower that half. $12. Lower the other half. That one that's sticking there. All right. Come back around, lowering or raising them up again. So once you kind of get into the repetition of it, it's pretty easy. Bring it around, raise them up again. And you can see these little bow ties are collecting now. So right now we've done 4 repetitions, depending on which design I'm doing. It's going to just determine how many I'm doing. And raise them up again. Three times. So how many we have here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This will be the 6th one. I'm going to do a jar here, so we'll go a few more here. Any questions while I'm doing it? It's kind of mesmerizing. But it's a nice, easy pattern, even if, if you're not real comfortable with your machine yet, it's a nice, easy one to play with. I do find that if you drop a needle on this one, it's best to just start over. It's hard to pick it back up. All right, let's see how many we have here now. We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. This is my 8th one. So if I'm doing a jar, that's going to finish it up. Now I showed a friend of mine this pattern, and she does the jars. She actually was the one that came up with the idea of putting them on the jars. And she only cranks 5 rows when she finishes. So she does the 5 to start, 5 to end. I went to 12 because I felt like it was really kind of pulling on the jar a little bit. Play with it a little bit, find out what feels best for you. So I've got those tied. I'm going to go 12. There we are. Snip this.
sorry.
Okay. Oh, I forgot to leave a long tail on this. So I normally leave a long tail. And that one is done. So if I forget to leave a long tail, then I'll just add it back in later. But that's basically what you're going to end up with is this little tube with this kind of looks like a very strange little shrunken lace pattern on it. So let me grab one of these here. This one, so this is the same thing. To gather it up, I'm going to grab my needle here. If I can find it. And I'm going to take one of those long tails. Now everybody has a little different way of doing this. My friend, she likes to go from the inside on that pearl bump. I like to flip it to the other side. So I just find a way to kind of go through where I'm not going to drop a stitch. Come back to the front. And then I'm going to just start picking up. If I can find it there. Pick that one up. Then I usually just pick up the right leaning leg. You see that? I'm just going to go all the way around, picking up that right leg. And I don't worry too much if I catch the waste yarn because that's going to pull out later anyways. I do find that if I'm working with white, I try to work with a pink for the waste yarn or a light, something really light. I did it one time with the orange, and the orange kind of carried through on the white. So I find that if I have the pink, it doesn't show quite as much. But if you look at some of these, you may see a little remnant of the orange on them. Most people probably won't notice it, but I did. So I'm just catching that right leaning leg of the knitting as I go around. And usually when I make these, I just make a huge long tube of them. I can make a whole bunch of them, and then this is my project to sit on the couch and work on. And I usually will go a few extra beyond that first where I started, just in case. And from there I can take all of this off. Maybe. Oh my goodness. If I catch one, I just trim that little catch there. Take it away. So then this is going to be what's going to gather around on the jar. I have one here that's done. So this is just a regular mason jar. I've got a whole bunch of them in my basement that I've been using for canning and such. You could do this without the hanger and everything. These lids that I've got, I found on Amazon. It's a solar lid, solar and battery powered actually. So it's actually got a little battery compartment in the bottom, and it has an on-off switch. And then I don't know if you'll be able to see it, but oops, if you'll be able to see it in the dark, but there you can see the lights. These are available on Amazon, and it came with the hanger for the jar. You can get them without the hangers also. It's got these cute little fairy lights that you can put down in there. And these are nice. They actually are really quite bright. I was surprised I had them. The battery's a solar charged, so it's got a little solar panel on the top of it. And so when it's dark, it'll go on, and if it's not, it'll go off. And you can leave it in your window, and it'll charge overnight. So I've got one here that I've got all gathered up. So as I said with the jars, I tend to go 12 on the bottom, so you can see that it's got a little further, more knitting on the bottom. So I just slide it onto the jar. Grab my bottom one, pull it shut. Lost my needle here somewhere. Wherever it went. Somewhere. Let me grab another one. I just gathered that shut, just pulls shut, and then I just do a few stitches to kind of close up that bottom. You see that okay? Here, I'll come over here. And I just tie it off. Kind of bury that thread in there somewhere. And on the top, same idea. Sometimes I'll put these on before I've got the lids and everything on, but just cinch it tight. Catch a few of those. And then I'll run it again underneath. And there's the jar. So when it's all lit up, you can kind of. I have also found, I just found these at Christmas time, just before Christmas last year. These are balls that light up.
Oh, gosh.
I found these from, there's a company called Lakeside Collection. It's a kind of one of those, they have everything in their catalog type of websites. I can put a sleeve on it here. You can see what it looks like. These are really pretty. They come in white and they come in multicolor. The multicolor actually changes colors. So it goes between a blue, a red, and a green. And hope I should. These when I do the ornaments, I generally will close one end first, just because it's easier. So I'll pull that shut first. I found the ones through Lakeside Collection just before Christmas last year, and everything was like everything. Shipping was bad, right? And they didn't, stock was bad. And then they canceled my order. And then right after Christmas, they finally got them back in stock. So I ordered a whole bunch of them for Christmas this year. But they're really pretty. Oh, I should say that the colored ones, they alternate between green, red, and blue. And then they also flash. So it'll kind of go between the different colors. The white ones just stay solid. So they just, once they're lit, they're lit. And get this one down here. So I just turn it inside out, tie that a little bit. Pretty much the same idea. This one I just closed it before I put it on. Cinch it up.
Oh, wow.
Catch a
That's
few threads. Isn't that pretty?
You know what years ago, I crocheted something like this around the bowl, and my brother used them as favors for his wedding.
Yeah.
So we ordered ribbons with their names on it and the date, and then tied it around the top, with a couple of flowers on the top to hide the stuff.
Yeah. If any of you know Jenny Gibson, Jenny is the one I showed these ornaments to, and
that's really nice.
She's got a wedding coming up in their family, and she's making the jars, and she's doing them all in the colors for the wedding.
Oh, wow.
So she just texted me earlier today and said she's got 15 left to go.
Can I take a picture of that while you're doing that?
Yes, absolutely.
What tension do you use?
You know, I've found that I keep it
gorgeous.
pretty much at the same tension
I don't want to get in your video.
that I do for a sock. Yeah.
Thank you. That's really
So
pretty. That
these
is
little
really
ornaments just twist on and off, so they're kind of nice. I think they sell. We looked it up earlier. Do you remember what they were? I think they were like $10 for a set of 4. When they came up in February, because I ordered them just before Christmas. So be savvy when you order them. When I ordered them for Christmas, they were about that, and then they came in finally in like January or February, and they were about a third the price. I ordered a ton. I ordered a huge box of them. They're in my spare bedroom right now, but I'm like, I'm not gonna pass up that price. But aren't they pretty? So between that and these little jars, they're really neat. So, any questions? It's pretty easy, and it makes a nice little ornament.
Because of that.
They go really fast, actually, yeah. So when they initially asked about doing the ornaments, I said, I'll do the jars at the same time because it's the same pattern. You really could adapt it to about anything, and anything that you want to cover with it, but it makes a really pretty little design. You'll notice between the different cylinders that you have to change how many needles are in between. So this has only got 3 needles in between versus like the 64. When I do that, I have 5 needles in between, so it doesn't look quite as lacy. So I actually prefer to go a little bit more into the 54 or 60 cylinder, just so it has that, you can see more of that lace then versus going to the bigger cylinder.
Have you done it with lace making?
I have.
Is it really?
Yeah, and then it really gets even more so, yeah. I have even used crochet cotton that I've had. So
But this is fingering.
this is this is the same as the active white that I'm, but if you look at some of these, you'll see like this one's got some little gold threads in it. I found this, there's a gal that goes by Blue Barn Fiber. You can find her on Etsy or on her website. She sells this. This one's got gold in it. I've got another that's got silver. I don't think that one's down up here yet. I think that one's still downstairs. Those are really pretty. This is actually an iridescent ball in it. So you can see how the iridescent looks. This one also is from Blue Barn Fiber. I had her dye just a little red and green speckle on it. But they look really pretty even in colors. You know, it's a great way to use up extra yarn that you have sitting around that you want to do something different.
We have none, right?
Yeah, of course not. So,
Have you figured how much yarn by weight or?
I don't know, we could weigh one. I mean, this is one right here. Figure out what it is, and it's not much, you know, and it's because of the lace, you're really not using very much at all. So it's pretty easy to do, and it's a nice little. They go really fast. I usually just crank up a whole long tube of them, and then I just sit on the couch and gather them all up, and then pile them up like this, and then when I'm ready to put them on balls, I put them on balls or whatever I'm
Do you
doing.
put waste yarn in between them?
Yeah. Yeah. So usually you'll see like this, and then I'll have the next one. And
Yeah.
if I get bored, I'll put different colors in. And they're really pretty too. You don't necessarily have to get Swarovski crystals, but if you got some sort of little bright crystals or something, you could easily glue them on there. They look really pretty.
It'd be pretty easy to put them on as you go, though.
Yeah. And that's the other thing. If you look on, I think it's on the Jenny's ornament. Somewhere, it's on the internet somewhere. I've seen it that they're adding beads into it. I haven't tried doing it with the beads.
Myron Ness has it on.
Yeah, Myron's got it. I haven't attempted that, but you could easily do that. Or if you just got flat back rhinestones, glue them on. I use, when I'm gluing on the rhinestones, I use E6000 glue. Just a little dot, glue them on, and they look really beautiful. Other questions?
Very nice.
Come on up and take a look at them if you'd like.
There's questions online.
Oh, yes.
You could read them from there.
All right. I think she's asking if they're gonna have the pattern online, and I believe that Erlbacher is gonna be posting them up online. I've given them all the handouts. There's 2 handouts. There's one for the lace jars and one for the lace ornaments. So they'll get, if they're not up there now, they should be shortly. Is there any other questions?
That's the same question.
Okay, same question. So, any other questions?
No.
All right. Thank you. Come on up and take a look at them if you'd like.
Can I take another picture on the chair so I
Yes,
black
absolutely.
They're really
Aren't they pretty?
I want the lighted one.
There you go.
There you go.
And
That
it-
is so
just,
pretty.
Just twist the top and it turns on and on.
Really? And how much did you say they were?
They were
Okay. I guess I have to show them. Ready?
Yeah.
Okay, hi, I'm Debbie Hammond, and I'm gonna be showing the scalloped edge using the ribber. I'm using a 72 cylinder, 3 needles in, 1 needle out, all the way around. I'm gonna start with running my waste yarn around. Now you can use the scallop edge for a top of a sock. You can use it on, at Walmart, they sell these clear plastic water bottles with like a metal lid for $1. And you can use them for water bottle covers. You can use them for a little bag, cell phone bag. Okay, so I ran my yarn, my scrap yarn around. And now I am going to start on the needles that are 3, and I'm going to run separator thread. I'm going to run exactly 1 round of separator thread. And I'm going to hold this a little taut instead of letting it get loose on me. And when I'm at approximately the 7 o'clock position, I'm going to start raising the needles that have separator thread. We're going to work the separator thread around 1 time, cut it, leave yourself a tail, put it inside the cylinder, and raise all the needles, all out of work. You're going to move your carrier out of the way, move it ahead. Now we're going to take our working yarn. So I have 3 by 1 my needles, and at where I started with my separator thread, what I'm going to do is an E-wrap all the way around. In an E-wrap, I put the yarn here, and I'm going counterclockwise around each needle. If you kind of hold it in between there, if it's too loose, it'll tighten up. Just kind of give it a snug as you go around. Or you can push the needle forward to make it a little bit easier. But you're going to wrap each needle and move the carrier around to get it out of your way as you go. Slide your E-wrap down as you go along.
actually going all the way around the needle?
I am going all the way around the needle. And I'm working from one, which is a time consuming part.
Can you use this on a different cylinder, or does the 72 one work?
Okay, I have a sample here. I did it on the 54 and I did a 2-1. Now you have to remember, you have to, it has to be, you have to divide it between. Can't do a 3-1 on a 54. Doesn't
So
work out.
I have a 64 and an 80 and a 60.
Divide it by 4. Does it come out equally?
We're going to 64, 64. Probably doesn't say 10, 64.
Because it would be 3-1. A 3-1 has to
Or
be.
you could do a 2-1 does it work with the
Okay.
2-1?
Well, I have a sample here for a 2-1, but I will tell you, only because on the last demonstration I had the 54 and I thought I'd cheat and do a 2-1. Well, it makes the top of the sock a little floppy.
Oh, I see.
Okay, it spreads it out a little bit too much. Now we're going back to the very beginning. And when we get to the very beginning, we're going to thread our yarn carrier.
Either that or you can pull it.
And you know what I forgot to do? Okay. We have to start putting thread the yarn carrier and put the needles back into play. Because it's a laguerre, I can go backwards on mine. Just make sure you don't push those needles down too far. Now I do have my little cheat sheets, but I can't show you my little cheat sheets. Okay, that's what I thought. Okay. So we're going to put all the needles down. Just make sure that your latches are open. Don't put them all the way down. Just leave them up a little bit. Just bear with me. I don't do this often. Okay, all right. Now what we're going to do is we are going to crank around. Now we have this, we have the yarn in our carrier, because I've gone, okay. We're gonna just make sure that the yarn is down. Make sure it's in the slot. Okay, push your yarn down. And we're gonna go slow because the first round is gonna be a little, now I do have a heel weight. Okay, it's not quite down enough, your needle. You can't really, okay, as you can see, I missed that first needle there. So I can raise it up. And I have the yarn in the first needle, which will help make it go through a little bit easier. Nope, it came out. You want to make sure that that last standing needle has the E wrap around. and you're gonna crank around slowly because the E-wrap is kind of tight around your needles. Also make sure all your latches are open as you go along. They have a tendency to pop up. Make sure work it around. And I don't, right now, you can see that I have two, where the needle is missing, I have two ladders, okay? So we want to go around one more time to get a third ladder, stop at approximately your 7 o'clock position and put on your ribber. Let's see. Okay. At our starting point, we're going to start putting in our ribber needles. I believe that was my starting point. I may have, oops. And I have moved my ribber dial. So I'm gonna have to move it back where my rib and adjust it so my needles are in the center slot.
Are you putting the rubber needles in only where you got
The missing needle.
Are you picking up the bar when you put the needles in?
I'm going to be picking up the bar, and if, you know what? My ribber, here, that's why, okay. Okay, my rubber needle is now in the center of the empty slot. Okay, and I'm gonna put these in every other one because on my rubber dial, it is not an equal slot. Okay, so I'm putting it wherever that empty needle is.
is that a 36-inch needle rubber?
Yes. 72 cylinder, 36 rubber dial. Now this is the tricky part. You've hung your last row after your waste yarn was your white separator thread. You're gonna reach down in here. I use a pick. Sometimes you have to use the U-hook on the pick, but in here, you need to reach into that slot and pull out those 3 ladder stitches.
All 3 of them go on
Yes,
your rubber needle?
all 3 of them go up on that. And I'm gonna tell you, it's this, other than the E-wrap, this is your most time consuming part because you need all 3 of those. I tend to find a latch hook sometimes is easier because it's skinny and it can reach in there. Okay, I'm gonna go to the next one and see if I can find it in there. Now, yesterday this was real easy to find. Okay, there they are. And if I get, do you see the white separator thread? If you get the white separator thread, It's okay to leave it up there. I tend to play with it and try to get it down if it's not, if, because it's really too much on those needles, because you have 3 strands now on those rubber needles. Okay, and now you've got to work your way around. Reach in each one of those and pull out. They're there, believe it or not. Here's one. I think if I had, there's a second one, but it's kind of split. If you had a latch hook, maybe without the latch on it, might make this a little easier. That's all 3. 1, 2, 3. Okay. Make sure if you do this, the socks are special enough.
That's why my husband is about the only one that can do the rib top.
And I mean, you really have to go searching for that stitch in there. And if you have your rubber dial set properly, well, I'm going to leave that one as 2. Okay. There are YouTube videos out there. If you looked up scallop top, scallop socks on the CSM, there are YouTube videos. Okay. Then you're going to have to slowly crank around. And as you crank around, you're going to really want to make sure that all those latches are open.
Hello, people.
I'm sorry, I'm sorry. Sorry, I didn't mean to hit that. I apologize.
Can I lose it? Oh, no, I don't have a rubber needle up there. Okay, I need to put in another rubber needle.
I told it to stop, and it didn't. I'm sorry. I told it to not do that.
By using a contrasting waste yarn and separator thread, you'll be able to see that it shouldn't be there. Okay, let me slowly go around. I need some more rubber needles here. Does everybody kind of get what I'm doing?
I mean, I do, I'm not speaking for the group. The end result is what I'm looking at. Yeah,
You know,
it's only
if you're doing this and you don't have a camera here, if you bend down and really look in there, you can see those yarns a little bit easier. See, like right here. All right, but I did get more of the separator thread. It's okay to have it, but it really kind of makes too much on that needle. So if you can somehow take it off, you're far better off. But as you can see, you just kind of, you'll get to the point if you can walk around your machine and see in there, it's easier. Okay. I can see I got blue up on that one, but we're gonna give it a try because I'm gonna cut that part out anyways. Kind of save some time. Okay, as you crank ahead, you want to make sure that those now you're ribbing. You want to make sure that those latches are open and your yarn is being caught. I happen to have a hole in the bottom of my cast on bag, and as you can see, I pulled up my separator thread. You can, sometimes use little clothespins to hold those together and hold them down, but I tend to just reach in. And now I'm just kind of slowly going around. I have one more here to catch. And what we're gonna do is, and now this one is not perfect, but you've got to make sure that you have all three strands as you go along. Now I'm just straight ribbing. those and knitting on those needles. And once you know that you've caught everything,
Pretty open from 11:30.
you can use this stitch on the top of a pair of socks. You could use it on the wrist of a fingerless mitten. You can use it on top of a water bottle cover. You can make that. And, you know, if you were doing like a little coin purse or something, you could use it. Okay, I'm just going to knit it off. And the reason that you want separator thread on here is because when you pull that off, you don't want to pull the yarn because you don't want a lot of friction that you'll destroy the edge, that you'll distort it if you don't use a separator thread.
How many rows did you do?
One row of separator thread, one complete time around.
Okay, and then how many rows of the project?
Three of the project yarn. Three. When you see three ladders, stop at the 7 o'clock
Right, okay,
position.
But then, and then you, and then you put them on the river.
The 3 ladders went on the river needles,
Right.
and then I just started knitting. It depends upon what you used for how many, you know, rows you use for your leg. Just make it like you do a regular top of a sock.
Oh, okay. Because that's the top, right.
Now, because I caught that the project yarn, I mean the waist yarn in that into here, it's a little harder. As you can see, I'm kind of caught here. So I'm going to have to cut this out. You don't want to try pulling it because you'll distort your scalloped edge. Here's your scalloped edge, and it will not unravel.
And it's, when you wash it and everything, it's pretty much stays that looking,
Mhm.
scalloping edging.
So you can use that just about anything. Here is a sample that I did on the 54. It's a 2-1. Can you see how it kind of fanned out more so than this? It really didn't work. It just made it was really kind of sloppy. Here's using a different Opal brand. This is on the 72, the 3-1. This one here is a 3-1 that I started making last night. And when I came in this morning, I forgot I didn't have all the rubber needles, and I thought, oh, I put them in there and just sat down and started going around. Well, this is actually the reason that this is not unraveling is because I did, and it's a 3-1 rib, is because I did the E-wrap. So it's not going to unravel on me. You're feel free. This is the picot edge, where if you weren't going to, as everybody knows, your cast-on bonnet, you just move the stitch from one needle to the next needle. Does that make sense? Are there any questions? There are YouTube videos out there. The trickiest part, you know, it is kind of hard with the camera, but if you kind of go like this and you really get in there, you can see where those stitches are. Just make sure that it's not a dark color if your machine dial and your everything is dark, because you will never find those 3 layers. It really takes a lot. I think that the best part is I have a latch hook like this. You could probably just use a needle that you have. You could use a knitting machine needle that's been long and take off this little latch, because if this gets caught in there, I will tell you, I had it caught yesterday. It's next to impossible to get that out. So just, that's what it is. If anybody wants to take a look, feel free.
The 2-1 looks like.
Thank
a
you.
little
There's
girl's
questions
top.
for you if you want.
Oh, sure.
What are you using for separator
thread. Okay. I have spools of this. I am currently selling them for $35. If you're online, you can contact me. I will have them on the Erlbacher site. They are $35 for a 1 pound spool. It is a lifetime supply.
Of what?
Separator thread.
Is that different than
If
crochet?
you want to contact me, I'm Debbie Brandel, but we'll have them posted. I also have wooden
So what are we
bobbins to fit the
I
winders.
was looking to
on
see what we're
there.
at.
There's a lot of people with
What we're
long
actually trying to
questions.
accomplish.
Okay,
You could
This is the
read it
2
down.
one.
okay.
This is the 3 one she just did. But after you do this, then you transfer right to the back to the main bed and just
No,
keep
because
knitting,
you
right?
need to put it on, you need to put the
This is different. That's
latches.
the hung hem.
Oh, that's the
Would
hung
it be,
hem.
the question is.
This is a
easier to
3
put
one.
Oh, then they did it all the way.
the
Till you get to the
Put
pre-heel.
it on there before you put
Yeah,
the river.
This is the 3 one.
No,
Yeah,
you need to put the river on because your river stitches
yes,
need.
this
I
too.
guess you could hang the needle
3-1.
over somehow
It's a
and
lot
then
of
put
work.
it onto your river dial,
like
but
the
I think
peacock.
that might be a little bit more work. I haven't
'Cause
tried
look,
that
it's not
yet.
that-
It's a great.
Melanie Perkins. I'm from California. I live in a little tiny town called Crockett. It's in the East San Francisco Bay. That is far north as you can go, and it's where the big sugar refinery is. So the sugar boat comes in every month from now the Philippines, no longer from Hawaii. And, it's a great little town of about 10,000 people. Today we're going to make scrubby. I passed one around. We did it. Show what I'm working on. This is about the easiest project that you can make. Where do I hold it? Yes, this one. Yeah. It's very, very simple. It uses this fuzzy yarn. Now, somebody asked me about what yarn. You know, there are a huge number of choices out there. This particular one is a red heart. It's easy to come by, comes in big balls, and it's fairly inexpensive. Amazon also has this yarn, and they're different companies. They're all a little bit different, but they all work. When I finish this scrub, you can compare it to this one. The feel is a little different, but it's the same thing. It's just some kind of a variation in either how they create the yarn or the chemical formula of it or whatever. This is totally synthetic. It's made of nylon and I don't know what else. It's not a natural fiber, but that's part of why it works so well as a scrubby. It's very sturdy and it lasts forever. You can wash it in the washing machine. I wouldn't put it in the dryer. What I do is I just pop it in the dishwasher. I just kind of poke it on one of those things that sticks up so it doesn't get down in the inside, and it comes out clean as a whistle and smelling great again. So I make these on a variety of different cylinders. You can actually make them on any cylinder at all. Today I've got a 72 up here. What you're gonna do is take out half the needles. Every other needle comes out. So you can see every other needle is out, and all I've done so far is I just cast on. You're gonna wanna put more waste yarn on than you think you need. And the reason for that is that the waste yarn, you can see it's knitted very loosely and it comes out very easily. And you don't want it to come out until you're ready for it to. If it's too short, sometimes you're going to end up with your stitches loose before you want them to be loose. Okay?
So what is your definition of more waste yarn than we think we need?
Okay, so
20 rows, 40 rows?
Yeah, 20 rows. And you're going to have a really long stitch length. Right now, I'm down, I think this is down about 10 rotations from the top. It's a really long stitch, okay? So the knitting is going to be really loose and it's going to look like a really lot when you knit it. It's going to look like a lot more when the weight's holding it than you ordinarily would think of that you need for a sock. But just put like 20 rows on to be sure, okay? And yeah, just put 20 rows on and you'll be fine. All right, so I'll get started here. I like to start on the number 1 needle. Now, when you're hanging a hem, you want your waste yarn to knit with your project yarn on needle number 1. In this case, you don't want it to, okay? Because then it makes it too hard to do the picking up the stitches at the end. So I have my waste yarn end. This is on number 72. And I'm going to crank it around until, well, 72 is closed. And then I'm going to pull it out, and I don't want it to knit on needle number 1. So I'll put on my project yarn, this lovely passionate pink. Now we're going to run this yarn through all of the stitches on both ends. So you're going to want to leave
12 to 15 inches to start with. Good long tail at the beginning and at the end. And then you're just going to start cranking. You're going to crank 30 rows. Now, I'm going slowly, and I do that with these because this is slippery yarn, and it jumps off the needles when you least expect it to. So I just go nice and slowly. It's only 30 rows, so if it takes a minute as opposed to 45 seconds, who cares? All right, that's 30. And then once again, I'm going to end my project yarn on needle number 72. Cut myself a nice long tail. I guess it's not needle number 72 because needle number 72 is gone. So it's needle number 71, but it's the first one there. And then do our waist yarn. And make sure that knits on needle number 1. Oop, guess what? Jumped off. So we'll just pick those stitches up. Oops, sorry about that. Okay. And off we go. All right, so that's 50. I do a whole bunch of them in a row. And when I do them in a row, I like to put enough waste yarn so that, boy, I got waste yarn, so that I can pull it apart halfway. And the reason for that is when you look at this tube, and I'll pass it around, you can see that the fuzzy stuff is actually on the inside. It's something about the physics of the way that this yarn knits that puts the fuzzy stuff on the inside. So you have to kind of get at both ends when you're closing them up. So pass this tube around, and you can take a look. And this is one that I made earlier, and I already did one of the ends. I'll show you how to do the other end. You're going to do both of them the same way. So I did the first one inside out and folded this back because then I could see those purple stitches. But now I need to turn it inside out, so I've got the fuzzies on the outside. That makes it a little trickier to do the pickup, but you can do it. All right, so here we go. Did you all get one of these cool little, this is a Kitchener kit that I bought. Very cool. So you're gonna get a tapestry needle and get it threaded up.
And then we're just gonna go around and we're gonna pick up all of the loops. Now, it's really tempting to pick up these green ones. It's not the green ones. Can you guys see up there? It's not the green ones. It's the purple ones that you want to pick up. If you pick up the green ones, then you haven't done anything with the loose or the live stitches. So you want to pick up those, the top purple ones all the way around. And I'm just doing several of them at the same time. Got that one. Sometimes I catch that green one at the same time, but that one will pull out later.
So can you use just any kind of the scrubby fabric?
Scrubby yarn. You know, you can use any kind of this nylon feeling stuff. Red Heart makes another kind that's not shiny, it's dull, and I have not used that, but I've heard that it doesn't work real well on the machines. But I haven't
Because
tried it.
it's loopy, I think. and
It's
probably-
not, no, it's not loopy. It just has stick out things. It's lumpy and it's rougher. It's not as flexible.
It seems more cottony.
Yeah,
It doesn't run through the machine right.
it doesn't run through the machine right, is what I've heard. Have not tried it, but that's what I've heard.
I'm sorry, I wasn't paying attention.
That's
because I was
okay.
looking at your other thing.
Never
Okay.
admit that.
It's okay.
What brand were you?
So Red Heart makes this kind, this, but it makes another kind as well.
Okay.
And it's not shiny like this. It's not as flexible as this. And I have heard that it doesn't work in the machine. I have not tried it myself, but that's what I've heard. Coming around here to the beginning.
Just in the kitchen, or do you use them for?
You can use them anywhere you want. They are so some of the yarn is soft enough to use on your face. Some of the yarn is not quite so soft. I'm not sure I would, maybe I would. Maybe on your heels. Yeah, exactly. This you could use on your face. It's very soft. Some of the yarns that you get from Amazon are soft like this. Others are just not. But they make good scrubbies, whether they're super soft like this or not.
Watching her on here because it's easier for me to see. I can't see the details.
Yeah, it's hard. It's hard. But I'm just picking up that top loop. All the way around. I'm almost there. These last ones are a little tight. So I'm having to kind of dig for them. Oops.
Do you do both ends from the same side facing you?
You know, you can very easily. I did the other one, the other end. I did it with the fuzzy stuff inside, and then I flipped it over for the for this side. Okay, I think that was the last one. Maybe there's one more there. All right.
Okay, so that one's done. Now I'm just going to remove the waste yarn.
Mhm. Yeah. I use fishing line, 80-pound test.
For what?
As like a separator.
Oh yeah, you can. You can absolutely do that. I do that with my socks. This
Yeah,
usually
that's what I
comes
do.
out more easily than it is coming out
I
now.
learned it here in the lab. 3 years ago.
Absolutely.
And I ran to the fishing store. I said, "Do you have 80-pound test?" And he said, "Lady, do you know where you are? You're not in the ocean." So I couldn't get it here.
They have something that
Not 80 pounds.
they have something that works as the same way at Hobby Lobby.
Oh.
They actually have a nylon zip cord there that you can use. Yeah, this is not being friendly, of course, because
Yeah. Yeah.
all right, there we go.
People use the blinds.
Yes.
The cords.
Okay. So then all you're gonna do is gather it up and then just take a couple of stitches in the top. And that's what I've already done on the other side. It doesn't show, so you just do a couple of stitches to kind of lock it so it's not gonna open up that circle. Then you're gonna take the middle of that circle and the middle of this circle, and you're gonna put them together like that. If it's not exact, it's okay. The scrubby police won't come and arrest you.
I didn't even know there was scrubby police.
Well, there's sock police, so I figure there must be scrubby police. And then I just take a couple of stitches through both layers to hold those together. And then I'm gonna just make a little knot here with both ends. I just do a square knot at the end.
Do you have a written pattern?
This is so easy. You don't need a pattern.
No, somebody just texted me and asked me if I could bring her a pattern.
Oh, you know, I saw that the Erlbacher website has one.
Well, there's one on the CSM supplies. I
That could
think,
be
too,
one on
right?
CSM
I
Supply.
think. I know
Yeah.
I saw it somewhere.
Okay, then I just hide the end inside this. And I do the same thing for the other end. Yeah, and then you just poke this into that cavity between the two layers. Pull it out, and flip it off, and it will just hide in there nicely.
Very nice.
And that's it. And then you just shape it. You just pull it out and shape it. So this one I made on a 60. Okay, so it's a little smaller than this one, but they're both great. So that's it.
Thank you.
Yeah, easy peasy. It's a really good beginner project.
Thank you. Do you rewind the balls on a cake or something, like when you get it in the skeins? They come in the skeins.
Yes, I absolutely
You
do.
just
This
rewind
has
it?
been rewound into a cake.
Okay, you just do it on a regular winder thing? Okay.
Yeah, it has to be one that doesn't, one side or the other doesn't cross over.
Right.
So this one, my ball winder, the top crosses over, the bottom doesn't. So, yeah.
Okay, great, thank you.
Yeah.